For which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ms. Clerk, will you call our roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. Don't believe we have her yet. I'll check in on her. Mayor Pro Tem Snedden. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you, Ms.
And
Clerk.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, not yet here.
Okay. So let's move on to our ceremonial item. Would you read that into the record?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Ceremonial item number 1, Public Works Week, May 17th through 23rd, 2020.
Is there someone here in our meeting to accept this?
Yes, Ms. Bjork, I believe.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I'm pleased to be here.
Thank you. This is in honor of National Public Works Week, May 17th through the 23rd, 2020. Whereas Public Works professionals are the employees who maintain infrastructure for the city from the airport to the waterfront, the streets, sidewalks and bridges, water and wastewater systems, and much more. And whereas the City of Santa Barbara Public Works Department workforce is a diverse, highly skilled, and hardworking group of dedicated first responders, including engineers, project managers, planners, maintenance workers, mechanics, technicians, and operators who are responsible for maintaining, rebuilding, improving, and protecting our city's streets, creeks, ocean, public buildings, and other facilities essential for the public health and sustainability of Santa Barbara. And whereas Public Works is resolved to preserve and improve services initiated by prior generations with more than $125 million worth of projects underway. And whereas Public Works is a critical resource in responding to the needs arising from the COVID-19 pandemic by providing public signage and cleaning to facilitate greater public safety, ensuring safe drinking water, reliable wastewater treatment to protect the public and environment, prompt expert service of emergency vehicles, and safe and clean public streets and sidewalks. And whereas the Public Works mission is to provide our community with the sustainable foundation to thrive by delivering quality services and public infrastructure through efficient and fiscally responsible practices. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Murillo, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, California, do hereby proclaim May 17th through the 23rd, 2020 as National Public Works Week, and call upon all citizens and residents and civic organizations to recognize the importance of providing our public works and to recognize the contributions made daily to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Ms. Bjork, you're welcome to say a few words in acceptance.
Mayor Murillo, council members, thank you very much for taking the time out of the busy schedule, especially with the added burdens of virtual meetings to recognize Public Works. And I am honored to be here as the director to acknowledge the very hard work and the very important work of the entire Public Works team. They are out paving streets, keeping your water running while you shelter at home, keeping the wastewater treated and clean to keep our environment clean. Therefore, they are there for you 24/7. They are first responders, and we appreciate all they do. Typically, we like to bring them in to let you say hello and thank you. I'm sorry we can't do that this year, but nonetheless, we appreciate you taking the time to acknowledge and recognize the hard work of the Public Works team. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, and thank you. We'll move on to the next item, which is changes to the agenda. Mr. Casey, how's our agenda looking?
Long, Madam Mayor, but no changes to the agenda.
Okay, very good. We'll go to public comment. So this is the part of the meeting where people can speak on items that are not on our official agenda. You have 3 minutes. We ask you to keep an eye on our timer. And Ms. Clerk, are there people lined up?
Yes, Madam Mayor, they are. I also just wish to let the record reflect that Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez has joined the meeting. We, as an announcement to members of the public, if you do wish to speak in the public comment portion on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand within the app right now. You can also send me a question noting that in the app or send an email to clerk@santabarbaraca.gov. There are 2 people who have their hand raised at this point, Anna Marie Gott and Jim Cannell and Will Borgers. I believe that Mr. Cannell may wish to speak on a later item. We can check in with him. So let's do Anna Marie Gott, Will Borgers, and I'll check in with Jim Cannell. So Ms. Scott, you'll be our first speaker. Please turn off the volume on your TV and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Council, good afternoon, City Council. I don't know if you watched the RISE meeting today or discussion today at the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, but you really should actually watch it and actually download the document that the county is planning on submitting to the state regarding reopening, because one of the things that they immediately want to do is start actually advertising to people outside of the county of Santa Barbara to basically say we're open and allow tourists to come to Santa Barbara and visit the Funk Zone, visit your downtown, and stay in your hotel. So I have a question for you. Do you really want people from hot spots such as Los Angeles, Riverside, and Orange County, the places where we actually see a continued increase in the number of people that are testing positive, that are dying, and that are in our hospitals? If you want that, then do nothing. But if you don't want the city of Santa Barbara's merchants and hotel operators to advertise beginning immediately, then I suggest that you actually, consider an ordinance or a proclamation or an order from the city of Santa Barbara that none of the businesses in the city are going to be allowed or permitted to do that. Because right now, we have people that are gearing up to do just that, which will endanger your residents and the workforce that are going to be working in these retail as well as bars and restaurants and hotels. I personally don't want to have my neighbor, become infected and kill someone. I don't want them to become infected and end up in the hospital. I don't want someone to infect my mother or someone else. And I think that that is what we are going to see happen if we suddenly permit a lot of people who will be drinking in the Funk Zone, at restaurants, and staying in these hotels. And by the way, the enforcement again at the city just is not working. We have hotels that are booking rooms, and they in fact appear to be booked up for the weekend in some cases. And what they say is that we cannot actually confirm where these people work. So these are not essential workers. These are people coming up to visit for the weekend. And your police officers, your land, Mark Aguilar, who's receiving all of the emails for land use, are not doing a sufficient job. And I think you need to change that because we need enforcement with any reopening plan.
Thanks for your comments. Next speaker, Ms. Clerk.
Our next speaker is Will Borgers. Borgers. You have 3 minutes. Please turn down the volume on your television. State your name. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello, Ms. Mayor and the rest of City Council. First, I want to thank you very much for your efforts. About 3 weeks ago, I joined a meeting requesting that you look at opening golf courses and about 3 days later, you did announce that the golf courses were opening. So thank you very much for that. On that topic, I wanted to ask if it's possible to revisit the format in which the courses are operating under. Currently, we have raised cups and no flags. I wanted to ask that we look at following the procedures that other counties are taking in this matter with lowered cups, flags in, but with foam inside the cups, allowing the balls to actually fall into the hole about a 1/4 inch, but requiring no contact to remove your ball from the hole. The issue here is that the cups are effectively 40% larger than normal because the ball only has to hit the cup and break the plane instead of the center of the ball crossing over the lip. If you could please take a look at that, I would greatly appreciate your help. I think it's a format that works safely in other counties and makes golf a lot more realistic and effectively back to normalcy. So thank you so much for all your time and your attention to everything we've asked for from golfers all over the county. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for your comment. Ms. Clerk, anyone else out there?
Madam Mayor and Council, no further hands raised on this item, and Mr. Cannell has lowered his hand, so I believe he does not wish to speak on this item.
We'll close open public comment and go to our consent calendar then. Ms. Gorman, there must be some items to read.
There are, Madam Mayor and Council, a few items to read. Item 2, introduction of ordinance approving the 2019 through 2021 TAP Memorandum of Understanding and adoption of resolution amending resolution number 19-041, the position and salary control resolution for fiscal year 2020. Recommendation that Council A, ratify the memorandum of understanding between the city and the Service Employees International Union, Local 620, Airport and Harbor Patrol Officers and Treatment Plants Bargaining Units for the period of October 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2021, by introduction and subsequent adoption of, by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2019 through 2021 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Patrol Officers and Treatment Plants Bargaining Units, TAP units, and B, adopt by reading and title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 19-041, the position and salary control resolution for fiscal year 2020, affecting the salaries of the Treatment and Patrol Bargaining Unit effective May 19th, 2020. And that date in that resolution is a typo fix from the original publication for May 19th. That's true for item 3 as well. For item 3, introduction of ordinance approving the 2020 through 2022 General Unit Memorandum of Understanding and adoption of resolution amending resolution number 19-041, the position and salary control resolution for fiscal year 2020. Recommendation that Council A, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2020 through 2022 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara City Employees Association General Unit and providing for compensation changes for confidential employees. And B, adopt by reading and title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 19-041, the position and salary control resolution for fiscal year 2020, affecting the salaries of the General Bargaining Unit and unrepresented confidential employee classifications effective May 19th, 2020. Additionally, reading number 10, introduction of ordinance amendment to Title 30 to declare existing law on short-term rentals in residential zones. Recommendation the Council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara to declare existing law by amending Santa Barbara Municipal Code Section 30.295.040 .p pertaining to the definition of hotels and similar uses. And that's all.
Ms. Clerk, would you also read item number 7 and 8? We've had a request from council members to discuss those items. And Mr. Jordan, did you have one too?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull 2 and 3 for comment, and then I'll have a question on number 10.
Very good.
And then 7 and 8, Mr. Friedman. Okay, did your item get pulled, Mr. Friedman? It looks like, okay.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
All right, item 7, First Amendment to Technical Study Contract in support of California Environmental Quality Act compliance for the Santa Barbara Police Station project. And 8, purchase order for ammunition to prevent potential shortage.
Let's take them in numerical order. Mr. Jordan, you had a comment on item number 2. Go
Yes,
ahead.
ma'am. I could actually, just for brevity's sake, make the same comment for 2 and 3, if that's okay with you.
Please.
Okay, so first I just want to say that there are some incredible people working for the city under incredible conditions, that all of our employees have been working in situations that have required them to be frontline employees under the threat of infection from the pandemic, under the threat of taking home an infection to their family members. And it's just exemplary and to be commended, the type of employees we have and their service to the city. I do just, in the general economic state that's going on right now, people losing jobs, companies closing down, unemployment skyrocketing, I feel it just sends a wrong message to arbitrarily pull out discretionary pay increases at a time when they're brought out of the context of a citywide strategy, that they're just a protocol manner. I fully support many of the email contacts that I've received that we need to play fair, we need to honor the system. I believe we will do that as soon as we get engaged with our labor groups and talk about a citywide strategy. But for the time being, I'm unable to support, in particular, future pay raises for a collective bargaining unit at this time. Thanks.
Ms. Harmon, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm going to take a different position from my colleague, and if you don't mind, I just want to take a brief moment to explain my thinking. I think these are important enough items that it's worth talking about. So obviously, it's a bit of an odd time for us to be voting on these items in light of the ongoing conversations we've been having about the budgetary impacts of COVID-19. But in my opinion, it's particularly because of those difficult conversations that it's more important than ever that our employees, and by extension, our whole city, know that they can trust our word. The agreements that we're voting on today aren't new, much like the other bargaining units. These agreements were negotiated and agreed on by this council already. It was really only a quirk of timing that we didn't move forward to ratify them formally before now. Mr. Jordan is absolutely right. It's not just about process that we're talking today. This is really about our neighbors. It's about the people that make up the heart of our city institution. These are working folks, and they deserve our respect and our good faith engagement. And it's respect that they've earned over the years, but especially during this pandemic. As Mr. Jordan pointed out, these people show up to work day after day after day and do the really fundamental essential services for our city, like fixing the streets, like keeping our water and wastewater treatment plants going, like cleaning and sanitizing our public facilities. And they've also taken on additional emergency responsibilities in the field during this pandemic. I heard recently that some members of this unit volunteered to change the sheets in the hotel rooms that we've dedicated to our homeless neighbors who are experiencing symptoms of COVID-19. To me, if that is not demonstration of a really true commitment to our city, I just don't know what is. So it's absolutely clear to me that renegotiation must and will happen. That's my expectation, and I'm stating that publicly today. All the bargaining units, I think, are acutely aware of the circumstances in which we find ourselves. But For me, I can't in good conscience say that we're all in it together if we insist on stacking the deck against these frontline workers before they even get to the table. So for me, we have already made this agreement, and I will be voting to honor my word today.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman and then Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a very difficult issue, and I echo the comments of both of my colleagues. However, I'm going to be going with Councilmember Jordan on this issue, and I've waited considerably, but I want the public to understand, in particular, our SEIU employees, is they are some of the most on the less end of the pay spectrum, and they perform incredible work. And going all the way back to the last recession, it was our local SEIU that set the model at the county originally of the furloughs that became a model throughout the state of California. And they've always been the first ones to come forward. And they do incredible work such as our wastewater, our parks, our libraries, all these great work that they do. However, what I'm looking at is since the time when we did the tentative agreements, after that is when the shelter in place came. And the world has changed. And for me, I think I understand the message today that this sends in reinforcing the work that our employees do, but there's also a message that the public needs to understand, because the public is looking at us too as well on this. And when time after time, we've had individuals coming in talking about they can't make their rents, the businesses, how we're doing, they're out there, they're trying to come. We have businesses that are never going to come back. We look at nationwide, we're looking at unemployment rates that are close to the Great Depression level, if not exceeding it of perhaps 25% is what they're estimating right now. Over 20 million people, our own county, 22,000 and counting. I think that there is a way we can honor the work of our SEIU units in particular for the work they've done as part of the negotiations going forward. But when I look at the public and what they're expecting of us, I have to consider that as well. And just an example is I have a family member who owns a business not here locally, and she's never once ever called me with her problems, but she called me on this because she's a small business owner and didn't know what to do to try to take care of her own employees, on how to make her bills paid, and she's not out of the woods yet. And that's a story for thousands and thousands of people. So this is not something I take lightly, but I do want to say the following in terms of I understand this will probably pass today, and an SEIU is committed to coming back to the table. But I want to talk to all of our bargaining units, because you're all coming back. It's important to understand that as we go into bargaining, that we don't look at our own departments and our own units individually. We need to look at the whole city organization as a whole. And the individuals, the community members that we're talking about today, they provide the tools that every department needs to properly function, such as roof over your facilities, your IT. Every time you flush the toilet, it works, your vehicles. So I think we need to look at all of our units together as a whole. So, but because of the impacts to the public and the private sector that have occurred, this virus, it's not fair in any means. The carnage that it's put out there on all of us at the city, but all of us in particular, it's not fair. The timing of this is not fair to SEIU, but it's not fair to the public either. So I reluctantly will not be able to support this going forward, but do look to the negotiations to provide that high level of service that our community deserves.
Ms. Sneddon, and then we have a couple of public commenters, it appears. So go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. In agreement actually with both Councilmember Harmon and Councilmember Friedman, at the risk of putting one bargaining unit as more important than other bargaining units, we really need all of our city employees. And we're just mid-cycle, and SEIU is the last of our complete cycle of negotiations. And I think in fairness to our good faith negotiations that we've gone through this entire process, and to have one bargaining unit, whichever bargaining unit that is, take the hit because of timing doesn't seem fair. I'm in favor of completing the cycle. having these changes be ratified. And then when we're looking holistically at the whole budget, seeing how the whole organization can flex. And to Councilmember Friedman's points about how difficult it is right now, even more difficult if one working unit isn't seeing their expected negotiated raises. So I think in light of all of the units, and that we're all going to be taking a hit in the next year to come, that completing the cycle so that then we can look at it as a level field is the most fair approach at this time. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll reserve my comments until the public has spoken. Ms. Gorman, did you say people have their hands raised?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, there are 3 members of the public with their hand raised on this item. We have a number of members of the public who have called in so far. If you did wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the app, or send me an email to clerk@santabarbraca.gov, or put it in a question to me, what you'd like to speak on. Okay, our speakers.
Mr. Kalan has popped up. Did you have a parliamentarian comment, sir?
I was curious whether the mayor wished to take comment on items 2 and 3 at the same time.
Yes, sir. Items 2 and 3 at the same time, but only 3 minutes per person. Thank you.
Very good. Our first 4 speakers here are Dana Hoffenberg, Daryl Sheck, Jim Cannell, and Laura Robinson. Each person, please turn down the volume on your television when I call your name, unmute yourself, and you'll go ahead. All right, Ms. Hoffenberg, please turn down the volume, unmute yourself, and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm a member of SEIU Local 620 and a member of the General Unit. I'm also a resident of the city of Santa Barbara. I'm commenting today because I would like to urge you to support the approval of the MOU today. I'd like to remind you that many of us are not just staff members, but we're also members of the community, and we rely on your representation and your help for our general well-being. We ask that you support the MOU today so we may be on the same level playing field as our fellow bargaining units who have already had their contracts ratified. The union and the general unit is fully aware of the impacts this virus has had on the community financially and otherwise, and we fully intend to come back to the table to negotiate further concessions. However, it is imperative that this MOU is adopted at the soonest opportunity. Thank you for the time to comment.
You're welcome. Thank you. Next person.
Hello, our next speaker will be Daryl Sheck, and then Jim Cannell, Laura Robinson, and then Zach Smith. Mr. Sheck, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gorman, and thank you, Mayor Murillo. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm Daryl Sheck, a field representative for SEIU Local 620, representing a large portion of your city workforce. Our members ratified weeks ago the tentative agreements that exist between the city's treatment and patrol unit and the city's general unit. In addition, these ratifications took a longer time than normal due to slowdowns at the Postal Service as our poll of our members was conducted through the U.S. mail. Equity is the primary reason we expect Council to complete the ratification process of the tentative agreements that exist between the city and the union. We believe the Council should have an interest in ensuring that our members are treated just as fairly as other groups that arrived at agreements recently with the city. We also believe that through fair treatment, our members are more likely to respond favorably in the near future in sharing hypothetical allocated sacrifices by all at the city. Let's celebrate Public Works Week by taking the next steps to ratifying contracts for our members that work in Public Works and all of our members. We'd also like to see management and leaders lead the way through this time. We're not tone deaf to what's going on. We know the tremendous efforts being exerted by everyone at the city, including our members, who are also playing a big role in undertaking city business and ensuring the city's health for the good of all constituents during this time. We continue to look forward to working with all of you, and we thank you for your service to the community and hope you stay safe and well, and bid you a good afternoon.
You too, Mr. Scheck. Next person.
Our next speaker is Jim Cannell. Mr. Cannell, you have 3 minutes. Oh, he has taken down his hand, so we'll check in with him, see if he actually wishes to speak. Oh, he does. Okay. Mr. Cannell, please go ahead.
Thank you. It's interesting listening to City Council speak regarding the fairness and the need to honor contracts. I wish that the City Council would look at rental agreements, and when they analyze what's fair to the public, take a look at what's fair to the landlords, take a look at what's fair to business associates. You've taken away their ability to make money. You're running a business, and so are we. If we don't have money coming in, we don't give pay increases. If you want to give a pay increase, I'd suggest you look inward and say, take the top 10% of the city staff wage earners and subtract 25%. If you want to share 25% of their salary, and if you want to share the cost of those pay increases, I think everybody at the upper echelon of the city should pitch in. You can't give a pay increase when you don't have money to pay it. You can't say you're treating one sector of the population fairly when you're being punitive to the other side of the population. And that includes the renters. You're incurring tremendous amount of debt for the renters. That's assuming that if it ends tomorrow, how are they going to pay it if there aren't any jobs? You're taking that ability away from property owners and tenants and merchants. You're not spreading the risk. You're not spreading the cost of this virus around. You're selecting a group that you want to choose to give a pay increase. That's not how it works. Be cognizant of the fact that if you say you want to do what's right, then do what's right to the business community. You don't think they've been suffering? You've been shut down for 2.5 months. No more fear mongering. The first caller, that's fear mongering. They're planting fear. We should open up and be fair to all members of the community, tenants, merchants, landlords, and make concessions when you have the money to make concessions, pay increases when you have the money to pay increases. You have to open up the city to generate that. Right now, you're operating at a $30 million deficit. These are things you have to think about. But you also have to be fair to all members of the community. And that's not what I'm hearing from this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Another speaker, Ms. Gorman?
Yes, our next speaker is Laura Robinson. And after Ms. Robinson, Zach Smith. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the app or let me know otherwise. All right, Ms. Robinson, you 3 minutes. Please go ahead. Laura Robinson? We'll come back to Ms. Robinson. Next, we have Zach Smith. Mr. Smith, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Zach Smith. I'm the web services technician and a member of the general unit. I just want to remind the mayor and council that in the past years, 10 years, general unit workers have, the wages have not met inflation. So the contract you're voting on today, which has already been agreed to by both city management and workers, will effectively keep us even just barely with inflation over the past 10 years. That's while rents have skyrocketed, et cetera. So since it does serve to just keep us even, the agreement was already met. I would see this vote as a vote to cut wages, not to raise them. And I understand there's tough decisions to make about the budget, but I would strongly, advise against, as a first measure, cutting your lowest paid workers' wages. We just went through the Public Works Week proclamation which is great, and it's good to hear recognition for public works workers. But during the debris flow and mudslides, there were only a third of workers in Santa Barbara at the time. We need to afford to live in the city. It's better for the city if we can live here, if we're putting money into the local economy. And we live in one of the richest cities in the world. I think that instead of, as a first measure, looking to cut your lowest paid workers' wages that are keeping us safe right now, we should look elsewhere for revenue. So I hope that we can work together in the future and promote a culture of shared governance and cooperation rather than taking a confrontational stance and being true to your word and all that. So I hope you vote for this, and thank you for your time.
Mr. Smith, thanks for participating. Ms. Gorman?
We have Laura Robinson as a speaker and Sue Sadler. Laura, we'll try you again. We're going to call on you. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. Laura Robinson, SEIU field representative and part of the TAP unit bargaining team. And I'm just here to echo the idea that we would just really encourage you to ratify these contracts, as it was bargained in good faith over many months. And we're just looking for equity. We've made it very clear that we're willing to come back and open labor management negotiations with you guys. We're just trying to come to a level playing field that puts us all on an even scale to where we need to be. We understand what's going on. We recognize it. We're willing to work with you in the future to resolve the issues. But in the meantime, we'd like for a contract. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Sue Sadler. Ms. Sadler, you have 3 minutes. If any of the other speakers that are on the line would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the app or let me know. Okay, Ms. Sadler, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman. Kathy, Mayor Murillo, and council members, can you hear me okay? Great. I am also a longtime employee of the city of Santa Barbara in SEIU Local 620. I have been on the bargaining committee for at least 2 different sessions now. I want to agree and applaud Zach's comments earlier about who we are, and we're not asking for special treatment. We are asking for just fairness. We are always the last to get ratified. We're always the first to get cuts. We are not up to a level playing field, and all we want to do is make sure that we can serve the public. We are our public servants first, and without us, this city would not function. I deal a lot with the homeless encampments and the trash that comes of that, and I know that's a huge issue right now. If we didn't have workers like me and the others involved in that, what would happen to the city? It seems so ironic that on Public Works, National Public Works Week, that at least 2 of our council members would choose to put public perception over the actual reality of the day in, day out, 24/7 work that we do. It would take all day to explain everything we do, but I just want to implore you that this is not asking for a raise. This is asking for the same thing that everyone else up to now has received. Their little minor increase, our little minor increase, so that then we can come back and be together and as a whole city, take the cuts where they're necessary and move on. But to leave us out would be a very unfair action. And I want to take one more quick second to say to Councilmember Friedman, you mentioned something about a friend who had a small business and not being able to pay her employees. And I get that, I do. And I feel for everyone in this whole situation. But you cannot compare small business owners and their employees to the city of Santa Barbara and the 400 plus general unit workers who keep the city running. And without, we wouldn't have trash service, we wouldn't have running water, we wouldn't have a lot of things. And so please understand that we are here to keep the city running, and we don't want to bicker about who gets what. We just want to have a level playing field. And I thank you so much for your time. Please, please ratify this MOU. Thank you so much.
Very good. Anyone else, Ms. Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor and Council, that's all of the public speakers on this item.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment on items 2 and 3. And I will speak my piece that this is a simple matter of timing for me. We had been in labor negotiations with all of our units and had ratified a couple of others before the pandemic hit. And this was just a matter of we needing to ratify these last 2, then everyone's equal, and then we'll start our concession process. So with all due respect to the council members I don't agree with, and those that I do. So Ms., if there's no one else wanting to speak, I would ask Councilmember Harmon to move item 2. Let's take 2 and 3 separately. Since you spoke first, Ms. Gutierrez, let's go ahead and take comment from Ms. Gutierrez first. Go ahead, please. Oh, Ms. Gutierrez, you were just ready to vote? Or did you want to make comment? I can't hear you. Ms.
There you go.
Okay, now I can hear you.
I'm ready to vote. And the comment that I just had, I think out of all of the council members, I'm very strongly supporting my colleague, Ms. Harmon. I believe I'm the only council member that actually pays union fees. And I understand coming from the workers' perspective. And I also understand we're going through an economic crisis, but these, again, I'm just repeating what Ms. Harmon said. These are the frontline employees, and they have been getting, having to really help out the city a lot with not getting their proper increase. So I just want to just speak that I'm in full support.
Then since you have the floor and I don't see Ms. Harmon, would you make the motion on number 2 to ratify the memorandum of understanding?
I would like to make a motion to ratify the memorandum on item number 2 on the consent calendar.
Second.
And a second from Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. Any other discussion? Ms. Gorman, would you take a roll call vote? That's our practice during when people are participating by remote. It all has to be by roll call vote. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is a motion by Alejandro Gutierrez, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, to approve the recommended action for item 2. Councilmember Jordan.
No.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
No.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, that is, did we get everyone?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Harmon. Okay, so that was a 5-2 vote. Okay, very good. And then Ms. Harmon, would you like to make the motion on on item 3, which is the general unit? So.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I move that we ratify item 3, the memorandum of understanding with the general unit.
Second.
Okay, so that was a motion and a second, and we'll take a roll call vote, please.
This is for item number 3, motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon for the recommended action. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman,
No.
Councilmember Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan,
No.
and Mayor Murillo.
Aye. So that passes 5-2 with Friedman and Jordan dissenting. We'll move on to the next item in our consent calendar, which was number 7. And to refresh the public's memory, this was an amendment to a technical study contract in support of a CEQA compliance for the police station project. And I believe it was Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez who had a question or a comment on this item. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to ask staff if the discussion of postponing this project until at least the lockdown was over with or all the restrictions have been lifted, just because we are spending a lot of money and it just seems like maybe we should slow down a little bit on some of these projects just to kind of weigh things out.
So the question to our staff is, why are we moving forward on the police station project? Mr. Casey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. That certainly is at the discretion of council about whether you want to put the police station project on hold. It's staff's recommendation not to. It's the top priority that came out of the Measure C dialogue with the community. It's the top priority per the council's resolution. And we feel getting through the environmental work during this time of the pandemic is appropriate use to continue to pursue that project forward. But if a majority of the council would like us to do otherwise, we're happy to follow that lead.
Okay, well, the floor is open if someone else agrees with. I certainly respect Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez's opinion, but I'm of the position to keep going forward in that our police officers work in a dilapidated building, and the quicker we can build a new one, that's where I'm at. Ms. Gutierrez, your comment, please.
I'm also in support with Councilmember Gutierrez to hold off on this project.
Okay, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With due respect, I would like to see this move forward. I think we had a lot of meetings, subcommittee meetings about preferred locations and a lot of strife about that. And once that decision was made of the preferred location, then a really important piece of whether that is a suitable location or not is doing this environmental review, which can happen with or without the pandemic happening right now. So whatever we can do to get moving on this police station, and I believe it was sort of the main focus of Measure C was to be able to have the funds, and Measure C has come through with the funds to be able, and we're in the design phase now, or exploratory phase right now. So I wouldn't be in favor of halting that. In addition, once it is approved for construction, it's creating jobs once it gets going. So with all respect, I would really like to see this keep moving forward.
Thanks. Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, just additional points on top of Councilmember Sneddon and your own, just a couple of them. It's $27,000 almost, which is an inconsequential amount of money for a project of this scope and importance. And after just every one of us talking up the importance of our city employees and the work they do, and particularly those that are out there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, living in exactly what you called it, a dilapidated building that is at risk of any time being inoperable and putting our first responders out of business. This seems a little trifling to be arguing about $27,000 just to continue on. So I wouldn't support that either.
If you would go ahead and make a motion, we could move it, or let's hear from Mr. Gutierrez. Go ahead, Mr. Gutierrez.
Actually, I think it's on the consent calendar. Somebody would have to make a motion not to approve it, right?
Ooh, oh, right. Ooh, okay, so let's hear from Mr. Gutierrez. Thanks for that.
I just want to make it clear that I'm not opposed to building it. I think I've made myself pretty clear on that in the past. I was just suggesting maybe slowing it down and pausing until the restrictions of this quarantine have been lifted. So that's all I was suggesting.
Let's hear from Ms. Bjork then.
Mayor Murillo and council members, I just wanted to give you a little insight into the long road that this police station still has to go. This will give us information necessary to identify the environmental study and environmental review that needs to be done. We will also be able to use this to submit for our development application review, but we are 2.5 to 3 years away from, if we are lucky, breaking ground, and then another 2 to 2.5 years away from completion of the project. So it's not moving as fast as we would like, but this piece will keep it moving forward. It's not as if we will start the expensive part of construction anytime soon. I hope that helps in clarifying.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So if there's a council member who needs to vote on this separately, it'll be swept up with the rest of the consent items. And do either of the council members, Gutierrez, need to vote on this separately? Do you feel strongly enough?
I just wanted to have a conversation in public about it.
Okay. Ms. Gutierrez, your opinion.
I would like to thank for the clarification. So I feel more comfortable in moving forward to it.
Okay, thank you. We'll wrap this up into when we say the rest of the consent calendar. So number 8 is the next one, Ms. Clerk, purchase order for ammunition to prevent potential shortage on the consent calendar and also pulled by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez. So Mr. Gutierrez, a comment or a question on this item?
Yeah, again, I got some inquiries about why we were spending so much money on ammunition so suddenly, and I think the public would like an explanation.
Chief Luno, thank you for joining us. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez. We typically order ammunition twice a year to take care of all of our training needs. That training is 5 qualification shoots for our officers who carry handguns and rifles when they're working on a daily basis. For our SWAT training that occurs twice a month, and our biggest expenses actually for our recruits in the police academy who shoot over 120 hours of firearms. So we knew at the beginning of the year that there was a run on state licenses for firearms and ammunition. Our manufacturer said they weren't sure if there were going to be any disruptions in their supply chain. So we wanted to move forward to order our next anticipated order so that we would have the sufficient ammunition for our October Police Academy. So this is a typical order that would need to occur because we have to maintain our state levels of qualifications. It's just the timing of it was that we were afraid of shortages in the potential supply chains.
Thanks. It sounds like go ahead, Mr. Gutierrez.
I just want to thank the chief for the explanation. I have a lot of friends and family that are avid shooters, and they've been telling me that the supply of ammunition is pretty low nowadays. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Jordan asked for number 10, which is introduction of ordinance amendment to Title 30 to declare existing law on short-term rentals in residential zones. Question or comment, Mr. Jordan?
Just a question for, I think, Mr. Colon. So the results that's coming before us after review by the Planning Commission was the removal of the sentences that had reference to the coastal zone. And my entire buy-in on that when we saw this before was that reference to either zone was simply a wording clarification of past and current practice. And in your opinion, It improved our chances in pending or future litigation in which we would hope to avoid, obviously, judgment dollars. And so I didn't see anything in the staff report really to address that other than removal of the coastal zone section and no reference from the city attorney's office whether that was still a needed component from a legal defense consideration.
Mr. Kahlon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Jordan, the purpose in this ordinance is to state the truth of the city's law as it has existed for 30 plus years. The reference to the coastal zone was to state what we believe to be the truth, and that is those two different bodies of local zoning are meant to be interpreted the same. Having said that, let me turn to Ms. Ostranger to address why the Planning Commission did what it did and any concern we have about that.
Thank you, Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Jordan. The Planning Commission was quite taken by the Coastal Commission's letter and their displeasure with the reference to Title 28, even though we're only amending, as Mr. Kahlon said, Title 30. However, it states the truth that we've always interpreted both inland and coastal zones, hotel uses to be also include short-term vacation rentals. So the Planning Commission just felt that it was generally not appropriate to put that language in there, and as part of their motion asked that Section 1I be stricken.
So the crux of my question is, does that weaken the defense potential that we were that was put in front of us whenever we saw this before, or is this an acceptable change from a legal defense standpoint?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I don't believe it weakens our position, but it deletes a statement of fact that we believe to be true.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can. I have no problem in leaving it in the potpourri of approvals for consent.
If you, since you have the floor, if you would make a motion to move the consent calendar minus the ones that we voted on separately.
And I will so move that.
And I will second it.
I second it, but that's fine.
Whoops, I turned off my microphone. Okay, let's let Mr. Friedman second. And if there's no public comment, and if there's no discussion from the council, Ms. Clerk? Okay, let's take a roll call vote.
Very good. And I just wanted to read one additional item into the record, which is item 4, which is a resolution. Bequest from the Peter and Crystal Hahn Trust to the City of Santa Barbara for exclusive use and benefit of the Library and Parks and Recreation Departments. Recommendation of the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the City of Santa Barbara accepting a bequest from the Peter and Crystal Hahn Trust in the amount of $33,750 to the City of Santa Barbara for the exclusive use and benefit of the Library and Parks and Recreation Departments. Okay.
Well, let's say thank you to those folks for helping our library. Thank you very much. We'll take a roll call vote on the remainder of the consent calendar.
Very good. And this is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman for the consent calendar except for items 2 and 3. Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Well, that was unanimous. Thank you very much. That closes our consent calendar. Mr. Friedman, are you ready to give us a report from the Finance Committee? How did that go?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Today, the Finance Committee met and forwarded recommendations for the final proposed budget for fiscal year 21, which included changes to general fund fees and staff recommended adjustments. And that will be part of the package coming back to full council for consideration as part of our budget deliberations.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, Chair of our Ordinance Committee, do you have a report, sir? Mr. Gutierrez? We can come back to that if we need to move on to the next item after that. Ms. Clerk, that would be, oh, Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, the ordinance committee meeting passed the recommendation of the SITLI ordinance for Milpa Street and amended to extend it to Mason Street. And we also instructed city staff to return to us with further study about possibly expanding it further in the near future.
Okay, so that'll be coming back to the city council and we look forward to that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item, Ms. Clerk, is number 11. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Mayor and Council, item 11, fiscal year 2021 recommended operating and capital budget.
So this is a continuation of our budget hearings, and today we are looking at our Parks and Recreation Department. Mr. Casey, do we have a representative from the Parks Department here? We get our books out. Go ahead, please, sir.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'll turn it over to Jill Zachary, our Parks and Recreation Director, to start the presentation.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, good afternoon. Jill Zachary. I will be doing the bulk of the presentation. I would also like you to know that I have Nicole Parmalee, our Business Manager, available, Rich Hanna, our Recreation Manager, available, and Matt Parker, our Parks Manager, available. And Ms. Parmalee will do the golf presentation. Sorry.
Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, I'm going to see if we can get Ms. Zachary back here. And Ms. Zachary, we can't hear you.
There we go. I apologize for that, Madam Mayor, council members. I've been handed the slides and I think we just needed a little technical change there. So with today's presentation, there we go. Well, first of all, we'll cover the general fund, the miscellaneous fund, capital program, then we'll go in and talk about Creeks Fund, Golf Fund, and obviously some of the challenges that we face due to the COVID-19 pandemic. First, I'd like to provide a little bit of an overview, and I will be presenting our proposed FY 2021 budget, even though clearly changes are warranted. Santa Barbara is rich in parks. We have over 1,800 acres. We have 61 parks and sports facilities, 16 community buildings. We've got beaches, pools, playgrounds, tennis courts, volleyball courts, trees, sport fields. For a small city, we are very fortunate that we have the kind of resources that we have in Santa Barbara. I don't know why. I apologize. This is not. There we go. Park support. When we think about our parks, and we're experiencing that today, as people look for different and unique ways when they can't be inside, recreating, to be in their neighborhood parks. Traditionally, they've hosted community gatherings and cultural celebrations, and one day we'll get back to that. We protect natural resources and wildlife habitat in the middle of an urban area. And then we also play a big role through our park system to support youth physical and social development, family, adult, and senior wellness and fitness, and really with all the goal that Santa Barbara should have a livable and a vital community. And then recreation. Again, Santa Barbara is fortunate to have a vibrant recreation division. The kinds of camps we provide, sports and after-school programs, social services year-round for low-income families, recreation year-round for adults and seniors. We've got a great youth cultural arts and mentorship program. And then we also provide places for people to enjoy their families and friends through our facility rental venues, and then host special events. I would like to point out that a lot of our success as a department and as a city does come from community partner collaborations. We don't do it all by ourselves. We do it in partnership with many nonprofits and individuals throughout the community. So just to give you a sense of the size and the focus of the department, we have, in addition to my position, we have 6 manager positions, of which 2 are currently vacant, and they've been vacant for some time. Our budget is organized over 19 programs and 4 funds, and taken together, we have just over 91 permanent full-time equivalent staff. We also have budgeted traditionally over 140,000 hours for hourly staff. So if you divide that by 2,000, you're looking at an additional 70 people. And those people, and it's more than 70, but just that's a simple math, are really folks that work in our recreation programs, people that work in our parks, providing services, supporting all of the things that we do. When we look at our expenditures as a department, it's just over $26 million. Breaking that down into our different funds, you can see that the general fund represents 71% of the department's budget, the Creeks Fund 18%, and the Golf Fund 11%. When we look at our revenues, you see that, sorry about that. There we go. I apologize. When we look at our revenues, you see that pretty much 50% of the department's budget comes in from revenues, the Golf Fund being an enterprise fund, 22%, the Creeks Fund also from Measure B, and then the General Fund, 45% of the revenue that comes into the department. I'm going to turn and go through the general fund fairly quickly, and then take you into the next phase of what we're doing to address COVID. So the general fund budget is just over $18.6 million. And from this pie chart, you can see that the department receives 67% of those funds from the general fund. And then we have revenues that contribute the other 33%. When we look at our expenses by category, I've highlighted in bold the recommended fiscal year 2021 budget, and it gives you a sense of how those expenses are allocated across the general fund, with the largest being salaries and benefits, but then looking down and realizing that we have almost $3.5 million of allocated costs, and those are for facility maintenance and renewal, for our motor pool, because we need vehicles in our park system. And then when we look at it by categories, again, that gives you a sense of how it's spread within the general fund, with salaries and benefits at 63%, allocated costs at 19%, supplies and services at 16%. And then by division, another way of looking at our department's budget shows that the bulk of the expenditures are in our parks division and in our recreation division. And from a pie chart standpoint, this gives you a sense of where those funds are actually spent by program or division area. So recreation makes up 46% of our general fund budget, administration 10%, park operations. So this is the work that our staff do in city parks, and then also for the maintenance of landscapes around city facilities is 33% or 6.1 million. And then the other activities that we do, we provide services to the waterfront department, maintaining the parking lot landscapes for which the waterfront provides resources. We also support maintenance of the Sheffield open space on behalf of the Public Works Water Resources Division. And then in medians and parkways and forestry, those funds are largely focused on the work that we do maintaining street trees, street medians, and parkways that are in the street right of way. And by division, our personnel, to give you a sense of how we're spread, we have 82 full-time positions in the general fund. The increase in recreation of 0.4 just relates to the fact that we no longer provide the AOK program for the Santa Barbara School District. And so that position was funded partially by that program, and we moved it into the general fund. When we look at our expenses by program, that is similar sense of where those expenditures go. Clearly, the expenses we have related to non-park related services are closely mirror where the revenues come from. But we also, as you can see on the right, provide services to the school district with our park rangers, and that's patrols that they do on school grounds after hours and on the weekends. And in recreation, our expenses by program gives you a sense of the broad diversity of activities that we do in recreation, whether it's our youth programs, active adult programs, our aquatics programs, community services, which are our programs through our community centers, and then sports and tennis programs. So the total expense budget for recreation proposed was 8.4 or just under 8.5 million. When we look at the general fund revenue by division, you can see that recreation brings in the bulk of the revenue, and that's through the variety of programs and services that we provide. The parks revenue is largely related to the services that we provide and the support we provide for street median, street tree maintenance. And this gives you a sense of how it shows where that revenue comes in by program area. And then similarly for the recreation division, this slide gives you a sense of really where the revenue comes in. And this plays a role as we look forward into the new fiscal year, as we do every year, but in particular this next year, as we consider some of the ramifications of not being able to rent our facilities to the full extent, having to cancel programs. In our recreation division, facility rentals and special events make up almost 30% of the revenue that comes into the department. Youth activities, aquatics, sports, and tennis make up another bulk of the revenue that comes into our program. And then our active adults revenue largely comes in through the use of our facilities as well. So briefly, to switch over to fees and charges, the department has 190 recreation and program and facility fee areas. For fiscal year 21, we're proposing 11 new fees as they relate to new programs that we're offering, to discontinue 7 since they are no longer offered, and then make moderate increases to 42 of those fees. Every year, our staff do a full assessment of cost recovery opportunities, where we have higher or lower levels of participation, what kind of competition we might have in the marketplace for the types of programs and services that we provide, the benefit of the programs we have, who our target markets are, and the kind of flexibility we may provide to program participants or flexibility that we may need throughout the year. This slide gives you a sense of the range of increases that are proposed. We manage the photo and film shoot permits for the entire city. Our proposed increase of 2% relates to the staff time to coordinate and process those permits. Similarly, sporting event rentals with the change and increase in hourly minimum wage, we have higher costs in order to support those. And then similarly, looking at sport field rentals, we have a love of our fields, almost too much. We don't have enough fields in Santa Barbara to support the kind of field sports that people really want. And we've had higher and higher costs for turf renovation and then, of course, irrigation of those areas. In tennis, we retain instructors not only in tennis, but throughout our recreation programs. And so our group lesson costs, we're proposing they increase, and that comes from direct input that we receive from our tennis instructors. Annual pickleball permits might look kind of large, but it really relates to a $2 increase for that annual permit. Pickleball has become increasingly popular in Santa Barbara, and we have successfully converted a number of the courts at the Municipal Tennis Center to pickleball, so much so that I think our court maintenance and replacement schedule's a little bit quicker than we anticipated it would be. And then looking at our other costs, it really relates to the cost to provide those services. Tree removal applications, I will point this out as being somewhat unique. We first started charging $50 per application 10 years ago. We've never raised that fee. We did an assessment of the amount of staff time, average staff time to process one tree application. It's about $370. So in looking at that, we are proposing to increase it from $50 to $75, which will at least recover 20% of the cost. And we don't believe that that would deter applicants from moving forward. Performance measures, I'll be very brief about these. The managers that are available can answer any questions that you have. We did not have a lot of changes for fiscal year 21. We revised our targets to reflect accounting changes and program trends. We looked at things that we could track better or develop new project objectives so we could understand people reaching out and following us on social media. And then also looking at our customer service strategies and finding ways to improve those. Clearly, we will be looking at them in light of the COVID impacts, but essentially, for the most part, we did not have major changes. Miscellaneous grants, I'll briefly speak to this slide. We have a small fund called Miscellaneous Grants. It's a place where we, when we receive small grants, we can place funds in there. When we have collaborative efforts with nonprofit partners and they want to place money in the Miscellaneous Grants Fund. And this fund helps fund things that otherwise the general fund wouldn't support. And so we've been successful in enhancing our summer fun recreation, our Arts Alliance, our Youth Leadership Council. Concerts in the Park is where we've often funded a good portion of that effort, in addition to what the general fund subsidizes. So I'd like to briefly turn into sort of the budgetary impacts and our approach to trying to address the changes and the challenges that we face. First of all, with the governor's order and the city council's actions to really try to protect the public and try to bypass some of the more serious ramifications that can come from COVID infections, we undertook a massive effort to close areas in our park system that people traditionally always had access to, whether they were our playgrounds, our fitness areas, our skate park got fenced, our pools, our pickleball courts, our basketball courts, all of those areas where people were really very much used to going when they wanted to. We closed 3 parks in part because of our staff reductions, and they were parks that were further away that required more travel. And we really needed to focus our resources in areas where we had the most people that we needed to address. Similarly, our recreation buildings and facility venues closed. On the other hand, we also increased our public restroom cleaning and litter management because more people were still out, even though we were really trying to get people to stay at home. We did a heck of a lot of public outreach signage and fencing, and that continues today as we find the signs disappear and the fences come down. We go back out and we reinstall them. We did a lot of staff training on safe practices to be safe during the pandemic. We modified a lot of our schedules. With a reduction in many of our hourly staff, in fact, fairly whole scale. We have permanent staff working on the weekends, split shifts, different ways of trying to at least make sure we were providing basic services to the community. And then also reassignments. In addition to staff that voluntarily joined the county as mutual aid workers, and we had, I believe, 6 or 7 staff from our department that worked in a variety of capacities to support the county's efforts. We also moved staff around to provide support in other areas of the department where we were lacking resources. Our park rangers were on modified schedules, so we always had all of the park rangers that we had on duty in the weekends. So quite a few of them haven't had a weekend day off in some time. And then we subsequently increased our aquatic staff as we experienced an exponential increase in beach activity due to the weather. We brought staff on much earlier than we usually do. We usually have our beach staff on right around Memorial Day. They came on a month early, all in an attempt to really ensure the public was safe in our park and beach areas. And now reopening, I mean, probably for the last month or more, we've been constantly looking at opportunities that as they may present themselves to reopen our areas based on direction from the county health officer and obviously the state. We've looked to our industry partners as well as local partners to check on the plans they might have, to bounce ideas off them, and to truly try to collaborate and coordinate moving forward. Our staff came up with innovative ways to do advanced reservation systems so that when we could open an area such as municipal tennis, and hopefully when we do open Los Baños pool, rather than it just be walk-in traffic, people will have to sign up in advance for when they want to come and recreate. And that way we know we can control the number of people that enter, that sign up and are in the facility. And then we also have been providing staff on site to monitor compliance, which is unique for us. We've often had hourly staff serve as monitors, particularly at the tennis courts. Not having those hourly staff right now means we've reassigned a number of permanent staff to work throughout the 7 days in order to do that. And then at the same time, as I will present further on in the budget presentation, any project that we've had underway, we've really strived to keep it going and get it finished, because it was a good time not to lose sight of the fact that once we do and are able to open our facilities, we want them to be in the best shape possible for the community to enjoy. So briefly, there we go. I first want to just sort of give you a status. We do have the golf club open, as we know, and quite a few happy golfers in Santa Barbara. Similarly, municipal tennis and pickleball courts. We've been striving to seek approval to open additional facilities as soon as it's determined that we can do it in a way that ensures safe practices. With Los Baños pool being a high priority pool area, Otega Park pool, which we're hoping potentially to open for recreation swim. And then Skaters Point, we'd really like to find a way to open the skate facility, if not full-time, but under certain circumstances for skate hours. We're also looking at how in the future we would manage access and use of outdoor and indoor facilities and park areas as people continue to want to seek more active recreation opportunities. We are hopeful and we are planning some limited recreation programming in summer camps as long as we feel like they can comply with state and local health orders. So looking at where we are going into fiscal year 21, following the request and model of looking at reductions that equaled 5%, we've come up with some proposals. These proposals are based on some assumptions, that being we can hold a position vacant because we've been managing with that vacancy for some time. We may not be able to have the level of programs and services in our recreation facilities in the near term, and that's another way to reduce costs, and considering that we may not need to incur that cost, or we have the ability to move staff around to cover different areas. And then also in other areas where we are taking advantage of a vacancy, such as our recreation administrative specialists, and looking at how we job share throughout the department. We're also proposing to delay a position until January 2021. I would add we have 12 vacancies in the department. So part of our strategy is looking and considering that some additional positions may remain vacant for some time, depending on how our departmental revenues come in. The recreation coordinator in our facilities and special events section really is key to renting our beachfront facilities. It's been vacant now for some time, and we would delay hiring that position until the beginning of the new year, assuming that at the beginning of the new year, we are able to go back to some activities and programming that we can't do at the moment. And then in expense reductions, we're also looking at hourly staff reductions, and these are staff that work in our recreation division, our administration division, and then also our parks division. And it's equal to 12 full-time equivalent staff, even though that's not exactly what it is, but it gives council a sense of the number of hours that we're talking about. And then looking at ways to reduce supplies and service costs. With fewer staff, we need fewer computers. And so we're looking at returning computers so that we don't have to pay the information technology allocated costs that we incur. So what does that mean, 5% impacts? Because of the loss of hourly staff in recreation, as well as the holding vacant positions vacant, we've looked at how to modify our facility hours. And our approach here is that we have increasingly been successful in having people do business with us online. The need to come into certain reception areas has diminished. There's still a need, so we would propose that we would have buildings open by appointment and people would be able to make appointments either to meet with project staff, technical staff, or to meet with program staff on an as-needed basis. The two buildings that we're proposing are the 620 building, which is our administration building, and then the West Side Neighborhood Center. In our other areas, we're proposing reduced hours for career recreation, the Franklin Neighborhood Center, and the Cabrillo Pavilion. And this really relates to the fact that with reduced hourly staff, because often our hourly staff are on the front line when people walk in the door, and then also needing to relocate permanent staff in different facilities so that we have adequate coverage, not only in the reception areas that are open, but also the administrative staff that support program implementation. So we're looking at, we've developed a plan to essentially reallocate staff on different days of the week, depending on the facility that we will need them to work in. Given the fact that small group or larger groups may not be feasible for some time, but our desire to still try to restart senior services when that's possible, we're looking at relocating them to the West Side Neighborhood Center, in part because we have a very large community room there, and we think we could accommodate small groups very easily and ensure that they are practicing social distancing. We're also proposing as part of our capital program to move forward with the capital improvements to the Davis Center. And so this would be a good opportunity to temporarily relocate those services while that project's underway. Our other areas that would be open during regular hours, 402 East Ortega is our Parks Division. Again, we're developing methods and mechanisms by which to continue to encourage people to communicate with us via email if they have a tree application they want to submit or they have questions for the city arborist. The city arborist can certainly call them back and meet them on site. Try to reduce the foot traffic, but still make sure that we have folks that can come in and access our facilities. And it's really around where we anticipate people will want to return and speak to someone in a facility. So we have service level impacts that'll have an immediate effect going into fiscal year 21. Some of them relate to the fact that the programs are subsidized fully by the general fund or to a large extent by the general fund, and in our desire to reduce the potential impact to the general fund, particularly in light of not knowing what will happen in the first half of the year or the first quarter of the year. And also these are programs or services that we provide where social distancing might be very difficult to achieve, or where we conduct that program or service may not be available to us this summer. So this is when we say cancellation, it's really for 1 year only. The idea is that hopefully by summer 2021, we'll be back in swing and we will be able to enjoy a concert at Chase Palm Park. We'll be able to offer our summer fun program to youth during the summertime. We are planning to limit some of our other summer programs and our fall youth programs. And the fall youth programs are really dependent on what the school district also decides to do. So as we look at our youth sports programs or our recreation after school program, it'll really depend on what else is going on in the community and the decisions people are making. And these are the programs that are listed on this slide are ones that the city funds entirely. With the loss of hourly staff in parks, we will see over the course of the year reductions in park maintenance, including landscape and turf maintenance, refuse collection, and restroom servicing. We are hopeful to bring some hourly staff back to give our permanent staff a little bit of break and support their work efforts. And then we have reductions in our immediate and long-term park planning policy and park management administration program. So as I mentioned in the beginning of this presentation, the department relies on quite a bit of revenue from outside sources in order to fund its programs and services. In the last quarter of fiscal year 20, we sustained a dramatic loss in revenue. We successfully were able to cut expenses significantly so that the impact to the general fund would not be effective, significant at all. But going into the new year, we get a third of our recreation revenue in the first quarter of the year. And if we don't bring that revenue in, we'll be looking at what else we need to do, what other steps we need to take in order to reduce expenses. So we will be looking at, and also the effect of modifying programming and social distancing requirements, yet at the same time, consider where we can on a limited basis, find ways to open facilities in ways that we can actually financially support. So general fund capital, Madam Mayor?
I thought we should ask if there's questions from the council. You have quite a robust presentation and covered quite a bit of topics, but I don't see anyone. So thanks. We're just trying to give you a little rest, but okay. Go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I will go through general fund capital. I'm very happy to point out that the photograph on this slide is of the almost open Cabrillo Pavilion restored. And we look forward to taking you through a tour and then eventually opening it to the public. So general fund capital is critical to Parks and Recreation due to the number of facilities that we operate throughout the city, and also due to the fact that some of our facilities really are quite old. And for example, the picture on the right-hand side is the rooftop, once originally a tennis court, then a basketball court, now no longer accessible to the public for the Carrillo Gym, which was built in 1924. But when we look at our CIP, we're looking at about $100 million in deferred capital, and that spans the variety of community buildings, sports facilities. Our historic parks also need reinvestment. When we look at our capital projects and what we recommend and ask for funding from, it really has to do with what has the highest use by the public, what might have the best benefit, the condition of the facility, particularly as it relates to accessibility and safety, and then the community demand and community need, and then ultimately the opportunity for long-term benefit. So when reinvestment is made, the idea is that the city does not have to go back there for decades to do anything more. We've set ourselves in a good shape. So briefly, just to give you some overview of what we've been working on and what's nearing completion, our very much loved off-leash dog area was completed in this fiscal year, hard to imagine. The restroom renovation is scheduled to begin in the summer, and that is really tied to that project because it has to do with meeting the accessibility requirements throughout the park. Bonet Park restroom, we had a community development block grant for that project, and it is going to be done next month. Chase Palm Park Center needed a major overhaul and renovation, and we've been working closely with Public Works Facilities to make that happen. And then the Cabrillo Pavilion renovation really is done this month, and we are, again, like our other facilities, making a variety of operating plans depending on what we're allowed to do as we're able to reopen. We've also been working on a number of other projects, which will lead into the next couple of slides. I've mentioned the Louise Lowry Davis Center, Bonet Park, a much larger project that we've been working on, the West Beach Splash Playground, the master plans for Ortega and Dwight Murphy, and then Thousand Steps. Looking into where we'll end up going into fiscal year 21, we've been asked to look at ways to save money to the general fund in fiscal year 20. So what we've suggested is that we would scale the Bonet Park project back significantly. All we would be doing in the next phase is some additional picnic areas, which are funded by CDBG, and some pathway accessibility improvements rather than the field improvements in the sport court. The West Beach Splash Playground, the recommendation is that that's deferred for some time. Franceschi Park, this is funding that council allocated a couple of years ago for us to expand that project to include revising the master plan. We would place that on hold. And then we had funds in Municipal Tennis Center that we intended to use to do other improvements at the facility that we would withhold from moving forward on. The remaining projects, we are scaling back significantly. Our focus is really completing design. If it's a project that's matched with a grant source, or if the funds come from another source, non-general fund source, and are dedicated to that project. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Oh, okay. You have one
too
more.
fast.
Okay. Thanks. Keep going. I don't see any questions. Thanks. Councilmember Snedden, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess before we go on to creeks, I do have a couple questions, just little ones. Well, first of all, I mean, I can't start questions without a comment of just how phenomenal it has been to have parks open where they can be and programs coming back, I think, for the mental health of the whole community. And we've just heard so much feedback about how crucial these facilities have been. I do have a couple questions just about these projects nearing completion and general fund reductions. One question I have just structurally is, how do we decide whether a project is funded through Measure C or whether it's funded through general fund? It seems to be sort of split, but I'm not clear on where the split is decided. If you could comment on that to start.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Snedden, I'd be happy to give it a go, and perhaps the City Administrator Paul Casey would jump in. We have projects that started in the general fund that we've been working on for some time, and we usually start with enough money to do the design and the permitting. And then as we look towards construction, we look at ways to balance general fund allocations, Measure C allocations, grant allocations. And it's really, and it also has to do with the timeliness of the project, has to do with the city's competing priorities across all of its facilities. So it's definitely, when we look at capital as a department-wide, a city-wide organization, there's a variety of considerations. In Parks and Recreation, we often start with some general fund money to, again, get us to design, and then we look at ways to leverage that work effort to generate other funds. This slide gives you a sense of where we would go, for example, in fiscal year 21. The Ortega Park final design recommendation funding is general fund, and it's a small amount of funds that has been recommended for council to consider in 21. That would get us through final design. I'm currently hopefully negotiating $1 million grant to go towards construction for that project, which we won't get if we haven't gotten far enough along. Similarly, looking at Louise Lowry Davis Center, that project has always been intended as a Measure C funded project, as a major facility renewal. We were recommended for a $250,000 community development block grant, which helps leverage that Measure C funds. Playgrounds, again, have often been funded by the general fund. I would also add the CDBG. We have a number of CDBG funded playgrounds throughout the city. We can look at the one at Ortega Park, Sunflower Park, Eastside Neighborhood Park. Westside Center does fall within a neighborhood that can be supported through CDBG. In that case of that project, we weren't fully funded for the playground, so the Measure C funds will supplement the grant funds. And then similarly, Eastside Neighborhood Park restroom weren't fully funded, but it's a way for us to advance a project using funds that are dedicated for certain neighborhoods in Santa Barbara.
Mr. Casey?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. Good question. It's a little bit fluid. As you can see, we're funding Parks and Recreation capital through a number of sources: General Fund, Measure C, CDBG, and grant funding. They're very effective at pursuing a lot of creative grant funding, both from local, regional, and state and national sources. Measure C, we try to honor, we do honor what the message to the voters was, which was improving Measure C, which was reinvestment in our decaying infrastructure. And council adopted those priorities we talked about yesterday on Monday about rebuilding a new police station, replacing an aging fire station, reinvestment in our streets and roads. But library and parks facilities is also a priority in Measure C. And so it's a blend, and it's something that council ultimately can weigh in on as well about if we're hitting that metric just right.
Okay. I was just, as I was going through it, trying to sort of delineate, like on page B19, there's 800,000 that's general fund capital programs, but then of course that's not all the capital programs. It's coming from those different not allocations, but different funds. Okay, and then the question about Franceschi Park, which actually I didn't until you brought it up and mentioning that the funds were allocated for that years ago. Is that? I mean, I know I was part of a vote of that. And then what's happened with that? Like,
right. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, additional funds were added to that project. We had $150,000 that was dedicated to do the design work for the interpretive pavilion. The recommendation and the additional funds were to expand the scope. Was at council direction a couple of years ago. We're on the cusp of releasing the RFP for that work, but it's been held back given where we are right now. But we would still recommend retaining that the first 150 to at least move forward with the interpretive pavilion, and delay other work related to the park until another year.
And then could maybe part of that be, we've had a lot of input about protecting the medallions. Could that be like a subset of that, like get those protected and then work on the rest of it? Could it be?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, certainly one of the objectives of the conceptual design was to determine what of those medallions could be integrated into a redesign of the area and or recreated if they've been damaged.
Thank you. And then one more question about the status of our work with the Gwendolyn Strong Foundation, and that is that in jeopardy with this current budget changes, or is that moving forward still? And where is that in this picture?
Great. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, the Gwendolyn Strong Foundation graciously has funded 50% of the preliminary design of that project. We recently received their donation. I think it was last week. We have a contract encumbered with architects and engineer design firm to move forward with that. The funding that we currently have allocated will take us into fiscal year 21. So we feel like we can complete that phase of the project without needing any additional funds in 2021.
Thank you. So that's in this presentation, or it's not because it's not experiencing a reduction? Is that?
Correct, Councilmember Sneddon. It's not a change to our capital program. It's existing allocation in fiscal year 20 that's currently encumbered to a design contract.
Okay, so what we're seeing in our presentation is just what the changes would be, not those that can be completed. Okay. Thank you. I'll have comments later of gratitude, but those are my questions for now.
Thanks, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Zachary, one is just a preview because I realize it's going to be in the Creeks presentation, but I'm just interested about the Royal Borough Open Space Phase 2 that's listed. So when you go to that presentation, if you can speak a little more. I don't know if you're going to, but just give a little more detail on that. The one question was the bird refuge. I know there was a lot of work that we're planning to do on that. Could you speak to the status of that project?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, I can do that now or as part of the Creeks presentation, whichever. It is part of our presentation. So I'd be happy to.
I realize that they're both part of that presentation. I jumped the gun, so my apologies.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead and finish up on capital program. Thanks.
So just to give council a sense, on Ortega Park, this is the result of the master plan that council approved. We just recently got our comments from Architectural Board of Review to go on to Planning Commission. So we're working on that. And as I mentioned, we've submitted a grant proposal. In fact, I'm doing some follow-up work to state parks for a land and water conservation grant for this project. Surprisingly, when you look at the history of this site, the city purchased this land in 1902, became a park in 1930. Our pool dates from 1952, so it's going on 70 years old. And the configuration that we're proposing really takes off from what's been successful, but really needs to be revitalized. Okay, Creeks Fund. I'm going to be doing the presentation on behalf of Cameron Benson since he's not in the office at the moment. Very quickly, Creeks Fund, which I believe turns 20 this year. The passage of Measure B was in November 2000, and we're coming up on November 2020. As a special fund, the idea behind Measure B is that it would be restricted to uses that improved our quality of our stormwaters, surface waters, and to carry out creek restoration improvements, with a key focus on the safety of swimming in the beaches, in the ocean at our beaches. Creeks Fund revenue, as a result, largely comes from Measure B, the transient occupancy tax. This column that's shown in bold gives council a sense of where that revenue falls or was expected to fall based on where we were back in February, with the majority of it coming from TOT, a little bit of interest, and some miscellaneous income from a partnership that we have with other local agencies. So the revenue budget for fiscal year 21 started out at 4.3 million. It gives you a sense of what this means, particularly as we go through and talk about the impacts from COVID-19. And then looking at our expenditures by category, a key difference in the Creeks Fund from the general fund is that the transfer out to capital comes out of the operating budget. So salaries and benefits, allocated costs, supplies and services are all very similar to other funds. But down here, you'll see the transfer out to capital proposed at 1.825 million. And that's how we really seed fund a lot of the capital projects that occur in the Creeks division. The proposed budget did include some transfers from reserves. As you can see, since the proposed expense was more than the revenue, that's something that will be changing with the COVID-19 considerations. When we look at how it breaks out, salaries and benefits represent 29%, and that's really largely because over on the left side, you can see that capital pie, which represents about 40% of the funds that get assigned from revenues into capital to really reinvest in the type of water quality improvement and creek restoration projects that we've been doing for the last 20 years. And then when we actually look by program area, this is a key consideration of our Creeks Advisory Committee, the public, everyone who's been a stakeholder all these years, is that at least half of the funds that we bring in must be spent addressing water quality issues, stormwater, beach water. Also encouraging the community to follow education and learn how to be better stewards of our environment, and then implementing our creek restoration initiatives. So it gives you a sense the actual operating budget is just under 3 million. As I indicated earlier in the presentation, the plan was to allocate 1.8 million out to capital in fiscal year 21, and this is the range of projects that we generally try to fund. Some are focused very specifically on active recreation construction projects. Some are in planning. Some have to do with maintenance of our facilities. And some of them have to do with a plan that we have in the future. Then we're trying to ensure we have enough funds to move it forward. And specifically, one of the slides we always like to show, because although the Creeks Fund is very fortunate to have revenues from TOT, over the years, millions of dollars have been raised through grants to support a lot of the capital projects that we're doing. In this last year, we raised $800,000 that went towards the purchase of the Palermo open space property. So looking at the impacts to the Creeks Fund as a result of COVID-19, right now we're looking for fiscal year 20, our reduced revenues of just over $1 million. In looking at our budget, we've found ways to offset reduce expenditure reductions, as well as reduce our capital expenses so that we end the year without a draw on reserves. In order to do that, we have a capital program that we would eliminate, in part because we don't anticipate that project moving forward, which would return almost $1.6 million to the Creeks Fund reserve, of which $500,000 would be used to offset the losses in fiscal year 20. The balance would be used to support the losses in fiscal year 21. And with that, and this will get us to the slide which responds to Councilmember Friedman's information. When we request for information, our projected decrease in Measure B from Finance Department is just over $600,000 in fiscal year 21. In order to accommodate that, we're proposing to actually cut our capital transfer pretty dramatically by almost $1 million. That not only will offset the shortfall, but also give us some wiggle room if in the event revenues don't come in as expected. So we are proposing that the focus of our capital projects be solely on funding the Arroyo Burro Open Space, the Andre Clark Bird Refuge Project, and the Palermo Open Space Restoration Project. The Arroyo Burro Open Space Project is in phase 2 of design. We recently completed a fairly significant creek restoration project there, and we're now in phase 2 where we will be doing additional habitat restoration, but then also installing a pedestrian bridge that would connect the open space to Las Positas Road and be integrated with the multimodal pathway that the Public Works Division is moving forward with. And then for the Andre Clark Bird Refuge, the addition of funding for that project would bring the total capital budget to $2 million. We are currently in land development, design review, permitting. Once we get through the city's process, we do need to get a number of state and regional permits in order to move that project forward, with the goal of beginning construction in fall 2021. And then lastly, the Palermo Open Space was the new property that was purchased, and we have funding in the capital program in order to support advancing our creek restoration project. Otherwise, the Creeks Division plans to maintain its operating budget appropriations as proposed, just really focus on revising capital down in order to ensure our programs and services can continue. Very quickly, we have a number of performance measures, and I won't belabor them, but they're really focused around project objectives and reaching our milestones. And those milestones are focused on watershed improvements, habitat improvements, water quality improvements. They're often focused around planning, construction, and then very importantly, the kind of sampling that we do. We have a really good idea of the quality of the water in our creeks and our watersheds, and we maintain that information for a long period of time. And that concludes the Creeks Fund presentation.
Any questions from council members before we go on to golf? Good presentation, Ms. Zachary. There's no questions. Mr. Friedman, go ahead.
It's just on the performance measures. Well, thank you for the update on the on that. I had on one of the performance measures on D64. It just kind of caught my eye. Sorry. It says achieve, and this is under the Parks and Recreation Department measurable objectives. says achieve an average open rate of 25% more for all external department email communications. And I'm just trying to understand, the way I read that is, it's just not reading me right, is why isn't it 100% if it's external communications to the department? Why is it only 25? If you just clarify that metric for me.
Sure, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman. My understanding of that metric is it really gives us a sense of whether what we're reaching out to people on, it entices them. And I think one of the things we often all experience is email overload and being asked often to sort of open this email. So our focus is our marketing strategies and are the programs and services we're providing resulting in more people opening those emails more quickly. Increasing it by 100%, I'd have to go back and look at the numbers, but I think it would be, I don't know how that would play out in terms of the numbers.
No, I think your explanation just clarified for me. The way it read was you're only opening 25% of your emails, and I know that you're responding. It was just the way it was reading to me, and I caught it this morning. But I know it's in terms of you're trying to be responsive and open as many emails as you can in conjunction with your marketing plan. So that.
And Councilmember Friedman, we want the public to open the emails we send them.
Okay, yeah, that's what I got. The way it read was wrong. So
it's when we post something, hey, check this out. We want to know that they've actually opened our email and are interested in the service or the program we're providing.
Perfect, thank you. That was all the questions I had. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, let's move on to golf. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Nicole Parmalee, although I will hopefully continue to be able to advance the slides.
Thank you, Ms. Zachary, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. So as we've done with general fund and creeks, I will present the budget as initially proposed, and then we'll review some of the associated impacts from COVID-19. Next slide, please. So to start off with a quick overview, and as a reminder, which Ms. Zachary also mentioned earlier, the Golf Fund is an enterprise fund, meaning it receives no general fund support, and so it needs to be fully self-sufficient. And the mission of Santa Barbara Golf Club is that we are dedicated to providing residents and visitors an exceptional and affordable golfing experience in a friendly, inclusive environment for socializing and enjoying nature. Next slide, please. So looking at golf revenues by category, the largest component is what we categorize as golf operations, which are all of the revenues that are derived from the contract with Courseco, the golf management company. And that amount is budgeted just over $2.8 million for fiscal year 21. And then the smaller piece of the pie, concession revenues, that comes from Mulligan's Cafe. That's about $159,000, followed by $11,000 in interest income for a total of just under $3 million. Next slide, please. And then here you can see a further breakdown of the revenues from golf operations, which was the largest piece of the pie in the previous slide. So the biggest component here, greens fees, makes up about 58% of the total revenue received from golf operations. And these are simply the fees that golfers pay to play on the course itself. And then next is cart fees, which is a more discretionary expense for those golfers who choose to rent a golf cart, and this makes up about 17% of the revenues. Together, these two areas comprise about 3/4 of the total revenue generated in golf operations. And then other revenue streams include selling merchandise, use of the driving range, practice lessons, restaurant concessions, which is again the rent the city receives from Mulligan's Cafe, and tournament banquet sales of food and beverages. And then on the right-hand side, the line chart shows how greens fees, which is the largest piece of the revenue pie, has changed over the past decade. And overall, we've seen modest growth since 2010. So it's a positive trend line, albeit with some down years, but overall rounds are holding steady and even growing in most cases. And this is the trend that we expect to continue. Next slide, please. Okay, so fees and charges. We have a few proposed fee changes for next year. First off, in fiscal year 21 and moving forward, we're proposing moving all fee increases to start in July to align with the beginning of the fiscal year. and to streamline the fee schedule in line with other department and city operations. So previously, the fee increases were done in January to coincide with some other local courses, but in consultation with the management company, we don't foresee any issue with moving the increases to July. And this is expected to capture about an additional $16,000 in revenues in the first 6 months of this fiscal year, which will be particularly helpful as the course is rebounding from the 5 weeks that it was closed due to COVID-19 this fiscal year. And then the exception to that change will be programming fees for junior golf instruction and camps, which will still be charged in January because that aligns with the start of the camp season. So overall, we have very minimal proposed fee changes for this year, and they're all included here on the screen. We have the standard $1 increase on green fees, as well as driving range increases of 50 cents on the medium bucket and $1 on the large bucket. And then in January, Russ Morrison Junior Golf Program fees are proposed to increase from $85 for either the spring or the fall season to $90, so a $5 increase, and from $140 to $150 for the full year program, so a $10 increase, which is still excellent value for approximately 51 hours of instruction for the full year. So that equates to less than $3 an hour. Similarly, junior golf camps are proposed to increase from $160 to $170 for a 5-day camp. And overall, most fees will stay the same, and there's no impact on play that we anticipate from these changes, as green fees and programming are still great value when compared with local competition. Next slide, please. So looking at a breakdown of expenses by category, you'll see again that the largest category relates to the contract with Courseco for golf operations, which appears under the category of supplies and services. And this includes everything from personnel expenses to irrigation, water, to course maintenance and equipment lease costs. And then other smaller categories include capital transfers, city staff personnel costs from a few positions that are partially allocated to the golf fund, as well as debt payments, principal and interest, and allocated costs. And so overall, the FY21 expenditure budget is $2.8 million approximately. Next slide, please. So taking a look at how the proposed budget impacts reserves, as of fiscal year 19, the golf fund had a closing reserve balance of $220,000. And as of mid-year this year, we projected to end the year with additions to reserves, resulting in a fund balance of $353,000. And then the proposed budget in FY21 would add another $149,000 to reserves, resulting in a projected reserve balance of $503,000 at the end of fiscal 21, which would be making progress toward meeting the reserve policy level for the golf fund of approximately $900,000, while still allocating needed funds for capital reinvestments to maintain the course to a high quality standard. Next slide, please. And here is the originally proposed capital budget for fiscal year 21. And as you may recall, the Players Improvement Fund allocates $1 from every paid round of golf to support projects that are identified by the Player Course Improvement Subcommittee and also supported by the Golf Advisory Committee. And then you can also see some of the other projects that were planned for the upcoming year, one of which a big priority in terms of course improvements was the renovation of 11 bunkers, for which the fiscal year 21 capital funding was to be supplemented with carryover capital funds from fiscal year 20 to complete these renovations. And then additionally, other identified projects were renovating the number 10 tee box, making needed improvements to an on-course restroom, the pro shop, rental club replacements, and upgrading key maintenance equipment for a total of just over $200,000. Next slide, please. So now that we've laid out the initial framework, we'll take a look at some of the impacts to the golf fund in response to COVID-19. So as a brief update of impacts to the current fiscal year, following the governor's stay-at-home order and the closure of all non-essential businesses, the golf course was closed from March 20th to April 25th, after which we received the go-ahead to reopen while, of course, following strict social distancing and Duncan's Cafe was also closed for a similar time frame, but has also since reopened and is serving takeout only in accordance with health order guidance. And I should also add that since we reopened, business has been booming. Volume of rounds is higher than ever before, and most days in excess of 250 rounds, which is fantastic. And it's really helped to offset some other revenue streams that are unfortunately still not being captured at this time, including merchandise sales, since the pro shop is still closed, and reduced driving range and instruction revenues. So during the 5-week closure, the course lost an estimated $300,000 in revenues, which we were able to partially offset by operational savings during the closure. However, many of the costs are fixed and don't go away when the course is not operational. We did, however, reduce staffing and other costs to the minimum required to operate and maintain the course during the closure. To further offset the revenue losses, we also discontinued capital transfers out of $190,000, a good portion of which was planned to carry over to the following year to support the bunker renovations, like I mentioned earlier. So due to these adjustments and with the courses reopening, we do still anticipate ending the year with a positive fund balance, which is great news that we would not be experiencing if the course closure had become more protracted as we initially speculated it might. Let's see. Previous slide, please. Okay, great. And then regarding the outlook for the next fiscal year, we're cautiously optimistic. Unless COVID conditions worsen and the course is mandated to close again for some reason, we really don't anticipate any significant impact to revenues from golf operations in next fiscal year. And then on an exciting note, just last week or the week before, we received $197,000 in funding from the SBA's Paycheck Protection Program, which I know you all are familiar with. It's a business loan that was created in response to COVID-19 to help businesses cover certain eligible expenses, including payroll and utilities. And this loan can and hopefully will be forgiven at the end of the designated 8-week period, which would provide a significant and greatly beneficial windfall to the Golf Fund. So based on our analysis and in conjunction with CourseCo and everything I've outlined, we are recommending that we maintain the Golf Fund budget appropriations as proposed in fiscal year 21, with the caveat that we will hold off on any capital expenditures until, when and if economic conditions become such that we feel comfortable making those type of reinvestments. And so this will provide a $200,000 buffer to absorb any potential future revenue losses. Next slide, please. And then finally, looking briefly at some performance measures, there are no substantive changes in fiscal year 21. We simply adjusted some annual targets to reflect performance trends, and our focus continues to be on growing greens and cart fee revenues, managing our water use, excelling in customer service, and attracting and retaining preferred card holders. So that's all I have for golf, and I can turn it back over to Ms. Zachary to conclude unless there are any questions.
It looks like Ms. Sneddon has a question. Ms. Parmalee.
Real quick, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just first have to say, my kids have participated in junior golf camps and guppy golf, and my daughter played on the varsity women's high school Santa Barbara High team, and I was always at Muni. My father-in-law has a memorial bench there. It was one of the first things that people were so excited when that came back and opened and you could do it safely. My question is, how are you managing that? How do people check in and how are they coming in and how are you doing all of that with COVID in mind safely? And thank you for being able to do that quickly. But just a question about the logistics of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon and Mayor Murillo. We have a variety of protocols in place. A few examples include whoever is checking in at the pro shop, there's only one customer allowed at a time and doors are open so that there's no touch points. There are, signs throughout the course that reiterate the social distancing protocols. There's a variety of methods that we use throughout to reduce, again, those touch points. And we're finding that it's been very successful in terms of maintaining the appropriate social distancing.
Thank you. And it's a great news that your budget looks pretty good. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, but it's good to get to know you. I think this is your first presentation before the council. So we look forward to having you in chambers eventually. So we'll move on then. You're done with golf. Okay, thanks so much, Ms. Parmalee.
Just in closing, Mayor Murillo and council members, the Parks and Recreation Commission met last week to consider the proposed budget as well as the reductions. They spent quite a bit of time discussing their various considerations and concerns. They did recommend council consider how the department's made its proposal, including those reductions, but they also wanted to communicate to council members that they are concerned, as we all are, in terms of our ability to serve families, maintain our park resources as vital community spaces, and reinvest in our future through capital investments. That concludes our presentation.
Congratulations, Ms. Zachary, on a good presentation. It looks like you've experienced some pain, but not too bad. If there are no council members that have questions at this juncture, I will ask our city clerk, Sarah Gorman, if there's any public comment speakers at this time. Ms. Gorman?
Madam Mayor and Council, we do have 3 persons who have raised their hand to speak on this item.
Let's open public comment then.
Alrighty, our speakers are BB Longstreet, Anna Marie Gott, and Jim Cannell. Ms. Longstreet, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's hard to say that we support this budget because of the difficulties that are ahead for all of us in the city. This is possibly the 3rd time I've gone through a major recession with the department. And every time it happens, we lose personnel and we never come back. So the loss of the hourlies is incredibly important and impactful. Ms. Zachary said it equates to 70 FTEs. If you think about recreation, if there's no programming, there's no need for the hourlies to operate the programs. But in our parks, those are the people that empty the trash and clean and maintain our parks. And if the amount of hours that our parks are open, I don't think we can do it for any length of time without hourlies. And we want to keep our parks safe and green for the public. So that's a big concern I have, along with the cost of reopening. You know, we need to reopen places like our skate park for young people, but there will be costs with each and everything we open, the Los Baños pool, to keep them safe and to keep the public safe. So as we move forward, we'll have to be factoring in those costs that we have. So I support what staff has come up with to date. I am very concerned about our young people without activities, some of our free activities, and the supervision that's provided for them, that we make sure as soon as it is safe, we find ways to bring those back, whether we're partnering with other agencies, attempting for grants, however, whatever the future brings. I look at just the job losses that we will experience in our department, and it breaks my heart. I see our workers as essential. After our last wind event, we saw who went out and picked up those trees and cleared the roadways. And it's our tree crew, it's our parks workers. So we have to consider them to be essential to keeping our city up and running. So thank you very much. I do not envy any of the decisions that will be made in the future. And I want to keep Parks and Recreation up front in everyone's mind as far as the needs of the community. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks. Next speaker.
Okay, next speaker is Anna Marie Gott and then Patricia Owens. Jim Cannell has lowered his hand. If any of the other members of the public who have logged in, if they wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the app or send me a question within the app noting that you want to speak on this item. Okay, Ms. Gott, please go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment on one of the items that you had earlier in the presentation, and it was in regards to tree removal, and that the cost was only $75, but the actual, for the application, but the actual cost to the city was $370. That's basically $295 as a cost to the city every single time a tree application is received. And I don't know if if any of you have ever attended any of the Planning Commission, Staff Hearing Officer, ABR meetings, or the HLC meetings, but you see a substantial number of tree removals, for all of these projects. And inevitably, the tree removal is a benefit to the property owner for them to develop the property or remove a parking place or, something like that in many cases. And I really don't think that we should be subsidizing this when the cost is so very low. $370 is not a lot of money. If someone is going to get a substantial benefit, I think that they should be paying the full cost. And if you were just to think about the number of, the duration that the tree has been there and the fact that we are losing a lot of our birds, we also have this issue where if you are going to go ahead and replace a tree, it's going to take a substantial number of years before the tree that you have just replaced, the new one actually is going to be able to take the carbon out of the atmosphere. So you also have to look at, the environmental issues that also occur when we cut down these trees. So I would just really urge you to, instead of, just adding $25, make this at full cost. If someone wants to remove a tree, they should pay 100% for it because it is benefiting them. It's not benefiting anyone else in the community. And it is not, trying to meet one of our guidelines, for example, a historical district or design guidelines for development. Thank you.
Next speaker.
And Madam Mayor and Council, that is our last speaker on the item. The last person who had raised their hand took it down. So I think this was not the item they wished to speak on.
Okay, we'll close public comment on the review of the Parks and Recreation Department budget. And this is the time to make some closing remarks, or I see Ms. Sneddon questions, but this is a time to wrap it up and let Mr. Casey know your thoughts on the budget related to the Parks Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These are just my recommendations. Congratulations on completion of the Cabrillo Pavilion. That's phenomenal, and I don't want that to slide by without us really realizing that. I'm just going to list what my priorities would be. Just maintaining park staying open safely. So if that means keeping on enough hourly workers to be able to support that. I mean, my priorities in order would be maintaining parks staying open safely, then maintaining programming as much as possible, especially as we're able to get back online with that type of thing. I just think people are really going to need it in our community and really benefit from the really excellent programming that you provide through recreation. And of course, it's going to be a while before we can fully come back, but that would be my priority. Maintaining jobs as much as possible. And then the long-term capital improvements, I think it's going to be a while before we're outside of Measure C, flush in a way to be able to push those forward. So I think keeping them going, but in my order of importance, I would keep with the parks being open first, maintaining the programming as much as possible, maintaining jobs, and then definitely continuing with the Dwight Murphy with Gwendolyn Strong Foundation, continuing everything for the safety of the creeks and the creek fund, and Gulf Fund seems to be doing great, so there's no real worries there. And those would be my, I think, priorities in order. I think as much as possible, if any of that, the capital outlays could be not canceled, but just put off as much as possible, especially because we've had some substantial upgrades with Cabrillo Pavilion just recently. So I think anything to keep the parks open and the programming would be my preference. And then with Franceschi Park, it looks like it's going to be a while. I mean, that's usually kind of on the back burner anyway, and it looks like it might kind of be a while before that can get the full attention that it needs. It's not, it's not as well attended of a park. It's not central. It's has a lot of different reasons why it's maybe not at the top of the list, but maybe just those medallions could be preserved, and while the rest of that programming is happening, so that could be put maybe later in the capital improvements. But I'm sorry for the hits that parks are going to take, and I think now more than ever we really need what it is that Parks and Recreation provides. So thank you. I'm sure this is very difficult to try and come up with ways to trim this budget, and I just thankful to you, and those would be my list of priorities.
Thanks, Ms. Nidden. Any other council members with thoughts? There was creeks, golf, all kinds of stuff there. Okay. Well, Ms. Zachary, I would close with a couple of comments. One, I know that people have been gathering in the park near the Rose Garden, and that you've been trying to maintain order there and safe distancing. And perhaps if people are watching this right now and it gets a rerun somewhere in someone's TV or online, please be careful that we don't want to close that park. So, please be careful about your social distancing there. I did hear something about a reduction in trash collection. I'm assuming you know how to balance that. We don't want trash cans overflowing. And I would hope that you're willing to, or that you're planning when COVID-19 allows recreational programs to come back, that we're ready to come right back and offer that to our families. And we take a lot of pride in our parks and our recreation programs, and we're all looking forward to everything getting back to normal, whatever that's going to look like. So I will thank you again, and Ms. Parmalee and everyone else. Good wishes to Cameron Benson. And we'll go ahead and close this item. Thanks again, Ms. Zachary. So to let our technical staff know, I'm about to call a recess, and then we will come back and do items number 12 and 13. This meeting is in recess. Thank you. May 19th, 2020 meeting?
Madam Mayor, yes, we are.
Okay, we're reconvened, and would you read number 12 into the record?
Yes. Item 12, temporary eviction moratorium ordinance amendments to the expiration date and repayment terms of ordinance number 5941. Recommendation that council introduce and adopt by at least 5 affirmative votes after reading in full an uncodified emergency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara, amending ordinance number 5941 to modify the expiration date and repayment terms of the temporary moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent by residential and commercial tenants who have been harmed financially as a result of COVID-19.
Mr. Kalan, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Mr. Four, would you advance the slide, please? Thank you. I'll keep this brief. Last week, the City Council gave us direction on 5 points to supplement and amend the temporary eviction moratorium ordinance that council enacted on March 24th. Those 5 points are that the current expiration date of May 30, 2020 will remain in effect unless Governor Newsom extends his executive order. And in that case, the temporary eviction moratorium ordinance will be extended to the same date as the governor's executive order. The second change is that the council specified that any deferred rents must be repaid within 12 months in equal monthly installments, without interest. Third, the council directed the ordinance to include language that allows either owners or tenants to propose shorter payback periods and to seek assistance from the city's rental housing mediation board to negotiate shorter payback periods. The council also added a provision that allows people to notify each other by text message when that's used as the common means of communication between owner and tenant. And finally, the council authorized the city administrator and myself to provide, through our staff, bilingual technical support on the ordinance so that members of the public, owners and tenants can get support should they need it. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any questions from the city council? There may be people who want to make public comment. I don't see questions from the council, so I'll ask Ms. Gorman if there's anyone waiting with hands raised. Ms. Gorman?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there are 2 members of the public with their hands raised. If anyone else who has logged in or called in does wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand or send me a question within the app to let me know. I know Betty Jeppesen had been logged in earlier, said she wished to speak on this item and is logged out. So if she is listening, please log back in. Okay, our 2 speakers are Jim Cannell and Richard Bertie. Mr. Cannell, please turn down the volume on your TV and go ahead.
Is that better?
Very good.
Okay, thanks. I think all of you by now have received a letter from me from our attorney that was addressed to the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. And I just want to let everyone know that that letter has been endorsed by over 200 merchants and property owners. And I will be submitting that shortly. But there is a growing unrest with the way that the city and the county and the state is dealing with this moratorium, especially the combination of, residential and commercial, because they're 2 different. The leases are different, the properties are different, the circumstances are different. You are entering into a situation where you are taking away our rights. You are interpreting our contracts. You are taking away the rights that we have as owners of property in our negotiations with our tenants, and you are specifying terms that you think are acceptable. But in my world, there's no guarantee that I will be successful in collecting any of those past due rents. We're hopeful, but the solution for most tenants is just to walk away, especially those that have been injured by the business closures. So at the end of the day is I'm going to enforce my rights along with other people that feel the same way. This could all go away if the city opens up by June 1st. And if that doesn't happen, there are going to be additional problems that the city is going to be facing, because this is not something that is going to go away and we're going to stand by and let our rights be pushed around, taken, and adjusted. So with that said, I'll yield. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Gorman, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Richard Bertie. Mr. Bertie, please go ahead. Mr. Bertie, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
We can't hear you, Mr. Bertie. We can't hear you.
At this point, I will ask if there are any other members of the public that did wish to speak on this item. I don't see any other hands. Mr. Bertie, his mic is on. Mr. Bertie, please go ahead. We can't. It looks like you're not muted by me or by you, Mr. Bertie, but we can't hear you if you're speaking. Madam Mayor, that is the last person with their hand up on this item.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment on this item and go to our discussion or a motion. Ms. Harmon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just was going to say that I think we had a very fulsome discussion about this last week. I really appreciate the feedback we received from our community last week as well as through this week. I still believe strongly that this is the right thing for our community, so I would like to move the recommended action today.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Am I here? I was.
Forgive me if I didn't see you, Ms. Sneddon. Okay. We have a motion and a second, but to the motion or whatever you were going to say or ask.
I had a question before the motion, but I'm just wondering if there's will from any of our colleagues. The argument that commercial tenants is a different category does resonate with me, that that might be not the same situation as housing stability. And I'm just wondering if any of my colleagues or if you want to comment on that. I'll support either way. I just, after the week has passed and we've gotten so much feedback, it's something that we had talked about in our fulsome discussion last time about separating out possibly the commercial properties from the residential, and if there's any further comment on that from any of my colleagues.
I see Ms. Gutierrez jumping in. Go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez.
I would like for suggestions on how we can separate the both. I mean, both of them, because there's a huge difference between, residential and business. I don't have the answer, but I think it is fair that we have some sort of separation between, the difference of the rent situation for both of them. I don't know if this is something Mr. our city attorney can help us with.
I'm happy to hear from the attorney, but if there's only two council members that have the feeling we should separate, I can say that I would like to go ahead with the motion as made. We did have a nice long discussion last time. So
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
okay, so just to answer Ms. Gutierrez's question, Mr. Kalan, how would we separate them? That would be some language in the ordinance?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez and council, the two are separated now. They have different standards for the impact on the tenant. But I think if the question is, should you be involved with commercial leasing, that's really a policy call, and I can't help you with that.
No, your clarification actually helped my question. Can you repeat the difference between both of them that we have right now, just for the public to have some clarification?
I would be happy to.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez. So for residential tenants, the ordinance requires a substantial decrease in household income as a result of being sick with COVID, a layoff or loss of compensation as a result of COVID, compliance with a stay-at-home order or self-isolation, medical expenses, or child care expenses. On the commercial side, unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions include a decrease in income, business income, but in addition, substantial out-of-pocket medical expenses or reduced hours of operations or modes of operation. The key thing with this ordinance is that it was not universally applied to everyone. It required tenants to ask for the rent deferral and notify the owner of that. So we don't have information as to how many tenants have invoked this ordinance, with the exception of the information you heard yesterday from the waterfront department, where a number of our tenants have used the ordinance.
Thanks, Mr. Kalan. Comment, Mr. Jordan, to the motion?
Madam Mayor, I'm almost in the same place you are, that we had a great conversation on it. It's still the same. And I mean, there has been plenty of engagement the last couple of weeks from particularly the commercial landlords. And I think any action that we would want to do to remove them from this action would only be as good until you find out the real human story of a commercial tenant, mom and pop, who gets subject to eviction in a week and a half or 10 days because we pulled their particular characteristic out of this. I also go back to a public comment made that commercial landlords seem to feel that they've been able to handle the situation very well between themselves and tenants. In fact, that's the majority, by far, the majority of comments I've heard from commercial interests is that they've been able to deal with the arrangements of tenant considerations very well amongst each other. And if that's true, then I think it's really just a protection for the outliers, those that we haven't heard about, because the ordinance would protect them. And I'm hesitant to make that jump and find out after the fact what else is out there and the damage we've done. So I would tend to err also in the same stance that you have, Madam Mayor, and that's that we continue it as stated in today's presentation.
Ms. Gutierrez and then Ms. Snedden.
I just want to make it clear that I wasn't trying. I was trying to attend to a couple of the emails that we received from public comment, and I just wanted the city attorney to read it over for the public to understand the difference between both of them. I didn't want to separate or create a whole different ordinance, but thank you, City Attorney, for that clarification.
Good discussion. Ms. Sneddon and then Mr. Friedman.
And Madam Mayor, that satisfied my question on that. And thank you to our colleagues for reiterating what it was that out of our discussion of why we kept them together. And I'm satisfied with that and we'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is actually for the city, for Mr. Colon. There were some who in the public who misunderstand or it was out that we deferred all rents for a year. That's been out there and we've received some emails on that. Can you articulate specifically the year period and what it relates to, and also that it's not just a year from now, the payback includes the monthly payments? Can you articulate what it is we actually did, not just deferring it for a full year?
I'd be happy to, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman. The ordinance was intentionally timed to be adopted on March 24th. It has a 20-day notice period. So the first thing the council did that was different than the rest of the state was structure the ordinance so that the month of March, which we began to, the month during which we began to address COVID around the 10th or 12th, would not be included. What the council authorized was that with proper notice within 20 days of the rent being due, a commercial or residential tenant could notify their owner that due to COVID, they were unable to pay. Not that they didn't want to pay, but that they were unable to pay all or part of the rent due that month. Assuming people do that for both April and May, they will have 2 months of rent to pay back. The ordinance requires that rent to be paid back in equal monthly installments over a period of time no longer than 12 months. However, the council wanted to give property owners, particularly, I might add, commercial property owners, the flexibility they asked for to do workouts with their tenants who are in trouble. So rather than mandating 12 months, you directed a 12-month payback period, but authorized both owners and tenants to negotiate to reduce that period down to as little as 0 months. The thinking, I believe, is that by setting a maximum payback period and allowing the opportunity for negotiation to a shorter payback period, you're allowing the market to work things out on its own when it can, while still providing some basic protection for tenants who, with a 12-month period, 2 months of rent, it's about a 15% monthly rent hike for them to get this paid off. I know that the council on March 24th was very concerned that a 6-month payback period, which I had raised at that point, the council did not discuss that a 6-month payback period would result in a 33% monthly rent increase. So 12 months seemed to be a rational point at which a tenant might be able to, or should be able to afford the 15% bump, but it doesn't prevent the tenant and landlord from working something out that's shorter.
So it's 12 months over monthly installments, and this does not cancel rents or have an impact going for June rents unless the governor extends it. But as it is today, there's nothing about canceling all rent for a year.
Not at all. To the contrary, the ordinance says in black and white that any rents deferred remain the debt and legal obligation of the tenant to the owner. And the owner is given remedies in addition to unlawful detainer to recover that back or deferred rent should they desire.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Thank you, Mr. Kahlon. Mr. Jordan.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to follow up just so Mr. Friedman made me think a little bit about things you hear out there and how we're making things up. You know, it is not a case necessarily of making things up. It's trying to do stuff for the greater good. I know for a fact a gift store in the middle of the 900 block of State Street that closed in the last 2 weeks tried for both months to make arrangements with their landlord on a rent of $10,000 a month, and the landlord just flat out refused. So it wasn't the case where you hear that all the landlords are making considerations with their tenants. This was a pretty good case that actually contributed to that place being closed and vacated. So these things exist out there. They're not things that are just being made up and floating around out there in the atmosphere. There is a need for some protection to help when the parties involved can't help themselves. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. And I would add before we vote that any residential tenant who has received an eviction notice should contact our city attorney's office. Thanks. So Ms. Clerk, I don't see any other question or commentary from our council. Let's take a roll call vote.
All right, and I am saddened to say that I think I do need to read the whole ordinance into the record.
Did you get
Madam
who
Mayor,
made?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, the motion was made by Councilmember Harmon and seconded by Councilmember Jordan.
That was going to be my question. Okay.
I thought that before Ms. Gorman reads the entire ordinance, it might be useful if I might have an opportunity to read the email and phone number for questions that people can call us on.
Please do.
We are taking questions in Spanish and English. You may email them to TEMO, Temporary Eviction Moratorium Ordinance, at santabarbaraca.gov, santabarbaraca.gov, or you may call 805-564-5330, and again in English or Spanish. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Kwan. So Ms. Clerk, we're ready for you to read the ordinance. Thanks.
All righty. An uncodified emergency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending ordinance number 5941 to modify the expiration date and repayment terms of the temporary moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent by residential and commercial tenants who have been harmed financially as a result of COVID-19. The City Council of the City of Santa Barbara does ordain as follows. Section 1, ordinance number 5941 is amended to read as follows. Section 1, findings and determinations. This ordinance is an exercise of the city's police power to enact emergency limitations on residential and commercial evictions, notwithstanding any preemptive or restrictive provision of state law as authorized by the governor's executive order N-2820. This ordinance is necessary as an emergency measure to be effective immediately for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, and safety for the facts and reasons set forth in City Council Resolution number 20021, ratifying and proclaiming the existence of a local emergency, which facts and reasons are incorporated by this reference. Section 2, residential tenancies. A, the owner of residential real property or the owner's agent, including a tenant with subtenants, shall grant a lease or a rent or lease payment deferral to a tenant who has notified the owner or the owner's agent of a significant negative change to their household financial condition as provided in subsection B below. Upon receipt of such notice, the owner or agent shall not take any action to terminate the tenancy for non-payment of rent or to evict a tenant for non-payment of rent if the tenant's notice states that they are unable to pay all or part of their rent, including lease payments, because of a significant negative change to the household financial condition as a result of COVID-19, or of any private or governmental actions resulting from COVID-19, including but not limited to termination of employment, significantly reduced hours of employment, layoff, or significant salary reduction. B, a residential tenant or subtenant may invoke the protections provided by this ordinance by notifying the property owner or the owner's agent in writing, including by email or text messages if commonly used, of the significant negative change to their household financial condition within 20 days after a rent or lease payment is due. The tenant's notice must describe the significant negative change to the tenant's household financial condition and shall include the amount of the rent or lease payment that the tenant believes they can make on a current monthly basis and the amount the tenant seeks to defer during the emergency. The tenant's written notice shall include documentation that establishes the significant negative change to their household financial condition. An owner or the owner's agent shall keep confidential all medical or financial information contained in a notice, except when disclosure is both necessary to enforce the owner's rights under this ordinance and otherwise lawful. C, upon request of the tenant, any residential tenancy which would by its terms expire before May 31st, 2020, shall be extended on the same terms until the expiration of Executive Order N2820 on May 31st, 2020, unless the effect of that order is extended by the governor or this ordinance is extended by action of City Council. At that time, unless the lease specifies that it would have converted to a month-to-month tenancy, the lease will end. The owner shall offer a 1-year lease extension pursuant to Santa Barbara Municipal Code Santa Barbara Municipal Code Chapter 26.40 at that time, but may deduct from that extension the amount of time from the original termination date of the prior lease to May 31, 2020. D, any rents or lease payments that are deferred pursuant to this ordinance shall remain the lawful debt and obligation of the tenant. Section 3, commercial tenancies. A, the owner of commercial real property or the owner's agent, including a tenant with subtenants, shall grant a rent or lease payment deferral to a tenant who has notified the owner or the owner's agent of unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions as provided in subsection B below. Upon receipt of such notice, the owner or agent shall not take any action to terminate the tenancy for non-payment of rent or to evict a tenant for non-payment of rent if the tenant's notice states that they are unable to pay all or part of their rent, including lease payments, because of unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions as a result of COVID-19 or any private or governmental actions resulting from COVID-19. Section B. A commercial tenant or subtenant may invoke the protections provided by this ordinance by notifying the property owner or the owner's agents in writing, including email or text messages if commonly used, of the unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions within 20 days after a rent or lease payment is due. The tenant's notice must describe the unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions and shall include the amount of rent or lease payment that the tenant believes they can make on a current monthly basis and the amount the tenant seeks to defer during the emergency. The tenant's written notice shall include documentation that establishes the unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions. An owner or the owner's agent shall keep confidential all medical or financial information contained in a notice, except when disclosure is both necessary to enforce the owner's rights under this ordinance and otherwise lawful. C, upon request of the tenant, any commercial tenancy which would by its terms expire before May 31st, 2020 shall be extended on the same terms until after the expiration of Executive Order N2820 on May 31st, 2020, unless the effect of that order is extended by the governor or this ordinance is extended by the action of City Council. At that time, unless the lease specifies it would have been converted to a month-to-month tenancy, the lease will end. D, any rents or lease payments that are deferred pursuant to this ordinance shall remain the lawful debt and obligation of the tenant. Section 4, general terms and remedies. A, nothing in this ordinance shall relieve a tenant of liability for deferred rent. An owner may not charge a late fee for rent that is deferred pursuant to this ordinance and repaid in a timely manner. B, a tenant shall repay the full amount of deferred rent to the owner within 12 months of the expiration of sections 2A and 3A of this ordinance, established in section 6 below. The deferred rent shall be repaid in equal monthly installments. C, an owner or tenant may offer and negotiate a deferred rent repayment period that is shorter than 12 months. A residential owner or tenant who offers a shorter repayment period may request mediation from the city's Rental Housing Mediation Board for assistance in obtaining a mutually agreed upon deferred rent payment period and other related terms. D, if a tenant who has deferred rent wishes to terminate their tenancy, all deferred rent or lease payments shall be immediately due and payable to the owner or the owner's agent upon the immediate date of the termination. E, if the tenant fails to pay deferred rent, an owner may enforce the tenant's obligation by any remedy available at law or in equity. F, definitions. For purposes of this ordinance, the following words and phrases shall be defined as set forth below. 1, commercial tenant, a tenant or subtenant other than a publicly traded corporation, which rents or leases space for retail commercial purposes, not including office space. 2, deferred rent, any rent or lease payments which are deferred under this ordinance. 3, unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions, a substantial decrease in business income or substantial out-of-pocket medical expenses, or reduced hours of operation or modes of operation. 4, residential tenant, a tenant or subtenant occupying property zoned or used for residential purposes. 5, significant negative change to their household financial condition. A substantial decrease in household income as a result of any of the following. A, being sick with COVID-19 or caring for a household or family member who is sick with COVID-19. B, layoff, loss of compensable work hours or other income reduction resulting from business closure or other economic or employer impacts of COVID-19. C, compliance with an order of recommendation from a government authority to stay home, self-isolate, or quarantine, or avoid congregating with others during the state of emergency. D, extraordinary out-of-pocket medical expenses as a result of COVID-19. Or E, childcare needs arising from school closures related to COVID-19. G, non-compliance with this ordinance may be asserted as an affirmative defense in an unlawful detainer action or other litigation. A tenant asserting an affirmative defense bears the burden of demonstrating a significant negative change to their household financial condition or unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions as applicable. H, the owner shall have a cause of action for repayment of any deferred rent or lease payment, in addition to any other remedies provided at law, which arises upon the occurrence of both 1, failure of the tenant to repay any rent or lease payments deferred under this ordinance, and 2, termination of the local emergency. I, this ordinance shall not apply to eviction notices served on or before March 17, 2020. J, this ordinance shall not be interpreted to diminish the right of tenants pursuant to state law, nor to prohibit lawful terminations of tenancies for just cause other than non-payment of rent. K, this ordinance shall be enforceable as provided in Santa Barbara Municipal Code chapters 1.25 and 1.28. L, severability. If any provision of this ordinance is found to be unconstitutional or otherwise invalid by any court of competent jurisdiction, that invalidity shall not affect the remaining provisions of this ordinance, which can be implemented without the invalid provisions, and to this end, the provisions of this ordinance are declared to be severable. The City Council hereby declares that we have adopted this ordinance and each provision thereof, irrespective of whether one or more provisions are found invalid, unconstitutional, or otherwise unenforceable. Section 5. The city attorney and city administrator are authorized to produce bilingual technical support to assist with the implementation of the ordinance. Section 6, expiration. Sections 2A and 3A of this ordinance will expire upon the expiration of Executive Order N-2820 on May 31st, 2020, unless the effect of that order is extended by the governor or this ordinance is extended by the action of City Council. And that's it.
Ms. Clerk, in section 5, you said the city attorney and city administrator are authorized to produce bilingual technical support. It's provide.
Yes, thank you. It's provide bilingual technical support to assist with implementation of the ordinance.
Thanks for reading that. And if you're ready to take a roll call vote, we would be grateful.
Very good. And this is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Jordan to approve the staff recommendation. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Was that unanimous, Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, yes, it was.
Okay. I was looking through my papers. Thank you. Thank you, staff, for working so hard on all of this. Mr. Kawan, last words?
Thank you.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, we'll close this item and we'll move on to our final item today. Ms. Clerk, is everybody ready to move on? If you would read that into the record, Ms. Gorman.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 13, COVID-19 Business Advisory Task Force recommendation to assist businesses.
Mr. Harris, you're all ready to go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council, members of the public. I'm Jason Harris, the city's Economic Development Manager. I'm presenting the COVID-19 Business Advisory Task Force preliminary recommendation for council consideration to approve the temporary closure of on-street parking in some streets, as well as temporarily suspend the regulations to allow outdoor dining on sidewalks and on private property to support the reopening and recovery of the food service businesses. Next slide. As of today, food service businesses in our community have been closed for 2 months to indoor service. Over 400 restaurants and cafes in our community, many of them locally owned and operated, who had employed thousands of workers, have had to close. These businesses provide such a critical function to help activate the city's commercial districts, add to the vibrancy and quality of life amenities to residents, and generate significant economic benefit and activity in the community. Even though this business sector has been deemed an essential service and allowed to operate with takeout and delivery service, many food service operators are unwilling to do so as that business model is not financially sustainable. It has been estimated that 30 to 40% of food service businesses may not financially recover and may close permanently. That represents 120 to 160 local restaurants and cafes. Santa Barbara is world-renowned for its culinary scene, but without support, it is facing a serious threat of surviving. The task force has submitted this recommendation as a response to this urgent need and approach to assist food service operators to reopen and recover. Even though the state has begun to ease the stay-at-home order and transition the public health response to the county, we know that the reopening of the economy will be incremental over time, and that social distancing requirements will be one of many operating requirements for businesses going forward. These social distancing requirements will mean restaurants will have to reduce indoor seating capacity. The opportunity to allow these businesses to augment the loss of indoor seating could be in an outdoor dining setting. Consumers may also feel more confident in dining in an outdoor setting. Outdoor dining in a variety of settings addresses the need and is a thoughtful approach that many cities across the country are embracing to support their food service businesses. As such, the Business Advisory Task Force is recommending that council allow for temporary outdoor dining on city sidewalks, in on-street parking spaces, on private property, and on some streets adjacent to those businesses by allowing the temporary suspension of the rules and regulations that govern this use and support the reopening of these businesses. Staff will work with the businesses to initially implement outdoor dining on the sidewalks and on private property. If those options aren't available or operationally insufficient, then closure of adjacent on-street parking and portions of the roadway will be pursued. Council's approval of this item today will support these businesses' efforts to seek modification of their regulatory licenses. With council's consent, staff will draft an emergency economic recovery ordinance that will temporarily suspend the zoning regulations related to this use, address the operating conditions and legal framework for this activity. Initial operating guidelines will require a minimum of 6 feet of separation between seating areas. At least 6 feet of accessible paths of travel must be maintained on the sidewalk. A minimum 2 feet of separation of on-street parking in the bike lane or roadway with removable barriers will be required. Outdoor dining on private property will require property owner consent and may occur on surface parking areas or open space with required designated boundaries and social distancing requirements. All businesses will have to incorporate the county's operating public health guidelines for their employees and patrons. The city has responded similarly to past disasters that have struck this community. After the Thomas Fire, the city suspended outdoor dining license fees and installed traffic calming street treatments to reduce vehicular access and speeding. The concept of adapting the use of on-street curbside parking into parklets is not a new concept. Many communities have implemented this approach to create outdoor dining areas or new public spaces. The city has been receiving requests from various commercial districts around the city. The graphic on the screen shows the funk zone, which identifies potential surface parking areas in yellow, purple lines where on-street parking parklets could be utilized, and the possibility of the need to close a section of roadway. Staff seeks council direction on the task force recommendation to allow temporary closure of on-street parking, some streets as required, as well as support of temporary suspension of regulations through an economic recovery ordinance. Staff will finalize design standards and operating regulations, seek the support of non-city regulatory agencies, solicit requests and interest from food service businesses, as well as implement an outreach and communication campaign. This concludes the presentation. Myself, Rob Dayton, the city's transportation and parking manager, are available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, let me get back on here. Very good. Oh, Ms. Sneddon, first one up. Questions right now? I assume we have public commenters. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's just a quick question. This is really exciting and I'm very supportive. for the side streets for parklets, are we proposing that those streets be closed, or that you'd have sort of parklet seating and then the street would still have the thoroughfare?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council Member, the concept of parklets is the closure of an on-street parking. So if it's a loading zone or a timed metered zone on-street parking, that would be coned and closed, and the adjacent business could utilize that for outdoor seating.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand.
The travel lanes and street would remain open.
So
and
sorry.
And that's our initial preference and approach. And it's only until the point where we have either a insufficient amount of on-street parking, the demand exceeds, or there's a high level of concentration that we would evaluate the potential closure of a street. That's kind of the last result of action.
So it's parklets on the cross streets, but then closing State Street to.
And then even the State Street closure and discussions with businesses from last week to this week is that they prefer to utilize surface parking that they may have adjacent to their business and or sidewalk seating as initial pass. And they would want to try that initially and gauge the level of consumer demand and interest before they approach the city with a formal request for the State Street closure or any other street closures. However, we're not taking that off the drawing board. It's just the last approach to ensure that we've exhausted all other options.
Oh, I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry. So parklets for the cross streets, and then for State Street, did you just say not to close it to vehicle traffic?
No, the businesses would prefer to use sidewalk dining first, and or if there's like a rear surface parking lot, utilize those areas first.
Okay. To have the so not parklets for State Street. I think that's what I'm just confirming I have this right. Parklets for the cross streets, and for State Street, it's sidewalk dining.
Correct. And then as well as a closure if the demand gets to that point, yes.
Thank you. Very supportive.
Okay, Ms. Harmon and then Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm also very excited about this. Thank you so much for the presentation. I just have a couple of questions. First, on the parklets, can any business that has on-street parking, in theory, apply to build one of these parklets? So if I own a business on Milpas, for example, with on-street parking, could I make use of this change, or is it just for the cross streets on State Street?
In concept, in any on-street parking that's available to the business would be available. We would condition that and would want the street transportation engineer to just evaluate the transportation roadway in the adjacency just to ensure that there's sufficient turn radiuses and view corridors that can be maintained.
Awesome. I really support that and certainly appreciate the recognition of all the different areas of our city that have some really important economic activity happening. With regard to, and I'm thinking about State Street in particular now, with regard to businesses, restaurants using on-street dining, where will folks walk if we don't open up the street to pedestrian traffic? So if the restaurants are using, and I'm very supportive of this idea, by the way, I'm just trying to understand how it works. If we encourage businesses to use sidewalks, how could we not simultaneously at least think about opening up the street? Where will people walk?
No, paths of travel on the sidewalk, 6 foot minimum width of path of travel needs to be maintained. That's for both public passage as well as disability access. The concept of on-street dining would be, as we have throughout, thank you for the graphic. As you can see, it would be adjacent to the storefront of the business. And then from that section, we would need to maintain 6 feet of distance from tables. And so they might need to use a smaller tabletop from any, be it a tree well or landscaping or curb line if there is no landscape in the right of way. And that's what we're describing, that the concept is the business expands and utilizes that. And then if demand grows and we have a concentration of demand of businesses in the area, and we see demand growing, that we would look to close State Street and allow then the expansion of that dining to move out into the roadway. But we want to build incrementally because we need to gauge the level of consumer demand initially, and somewhat work in tandem with the indoor dining, which is expected to be eased and allowed, which they'll have a reduced capacity for indoor dining. This is augmenting that. So this is kind of an incremental approach that we would build to as consumer demand grows.
Okay, well, I certainly will defer to the business owners on this as they are the experts. So was really excited about seeing at least portions of State Street open to pedestrians. So that's something I'm still very interested in. And my last question is those businesses that make use of this outdoor dining on their sidewalk, they will be in charge of maintenance and control with regard to the tables, right? So the city of Santa Barbara, won't be dealing with putting our own tables out there and keeping them clean. They're restaurant specific.
Correct. Businesses will be required to not only put the tables out, but also to sanitize them and put any boundaries around their dining area if they want to serve alcoholic beverage, and they would seek that regulatory license modification to do so.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Any other questions? We can go to Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for my clarification, so I heard Megan talk about Milpas. So this idea is for the downtown area. But let's say there are restaurants in the funk zone, they have a parking space, they can use that parking space with the proper okay from a city staff that you had mentioned?
Correct. This would be applicable citywide.
Citywide, okay.
Citywide.
But this map here is specifically for downtown.
No, this would be applied citywide. It's really showing a spacing of the dining, as well as which is the gray area would be the sidewalk, and then the dark area is really the on-street parking. And you can kind of see the little gray lines that would be the parking spaces. So that gives you a designation of how the spacing and boundaries would occur. You kind of see the little green potted plants. That's kind of the bike path, the boundary of creating the bike path on the lower section of the screen. And then the cones there, or the orange dots at the lower screen, would be cones separating the dining area from the travel lane or bike path, creating that boundary.
And would these cones be provided by the city?
We haven't gotten to that level of detail. We're trying to find the balance that the city's not taking overall responsibility, but if we had excess capacity and we could find a rental or a shared arrangement, we're open to that. But the preference is the businesses are responsible for all of this operational setup, is our first approach to this concept.
And I'm sure they really appreciate it. Thank you for this clarification, because I've received phone calls and emails asking, why are we just focusing on downtown? But your explanation just clarified that this is citywide. So thank you for that, Mr. Harris. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Snedden?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, I feel very obtuse on this because I'm not sure how to clarify. I thought we were talking about closing State Street and having pedestrians in the middle and the restaurants being able to spill out from their existing facades outward. But this, which I love parklets, but in COVID, you're now crossing that sidewalk, or I guess I'm just not really understanding. For State Street, I just thought we were closing the street so that we weren't having that mix of people.
So Madam Mayor, Council Member, there was also council conversation last week raising question as to closing State Street and not knowing the level of business activity that would be utilizing in the street, the level of consumer interest, and then a general concern that we might have a limited amount of business activity in a full street closure. So we are not foreclosing the possibility of closing State Street. That what we're saying is we're going to build the outdoor dining program of utilizing sidewalks first, and then moving to parklets or surface parking lots as the secondary. The businesses have indicated that is their first preference before they're looking to set up outdoor dining in the closed roadway. Just operationally, it will be easier for them to service those patrons and businesses from just from ease of access, you know, just straight out from their doorway, be it a surface parking lot if it's to the rear of the building, or on street, you know, or excuse me, sidewalk dining just out of their storefront. There's also a question the businesses and others have raised as to the level of consumer demand as we've watched other states reopen their economies. You know, the consumer demand is initially slow as this consumer gets reoriented to going back out into the commercial space. And so we didn't want to do a unilateral street closure right at the initiation of this concept, that we wanted to build the outdoor dining incrementally. And then as we see a concentration of business activity and consumer demand of, let's call it a tipping point, that we would then pursue the state street closure.
Thank you. In this image, the green box and the brown circle, what do those represent?
Those would like indicate like maybe a light pole or a tree in the sidewalk. So the gray area is the sidewalk. The top of the screen's the business. And
so
then the gray area is
where do people walk? I think I think Councilmember Harmon was asking this also, but I'm still not following. If that's 6 feet from the table, do people walk on the street side from the pole?
They walk on the sidewalk, that there's at least 6 feet of passage between tables and seating area to wherever there may be a curb or landscaping or a tree or a light pole. That at a minimum is 6 feet. There could be a greater expanse and width. These are just showing kind of minimums. On State Street, we have 20 feet of sidewalk. And so if you had tables along the storefront, you could conceivably have, you know, much greater than 6 feet of pedestrian pathway on the sidewalk. The sidewalk will always, a portion of the sidewalk will always be maintained for the pedestrians. We're not looking to reorient pedestrians off of the sidewalk into the State Street. If we close State Street, we'll still maintain sidewalk path of travel. We'll also have a designated path of travel on State Street as well through the center of the street when we get to that point.
With a 6 foot buffer, if we're talking about COVID, not long term, but if we're talking about COVID, I just want to know that pedestrians can pass at a 6 foot distance, and that if you're eating at one of these restaurants, you're not going to have pedestrians right up against you passing right back and forth. So
correct, I understand. Yes, I think that this what I'm hearing is at a minimum 6 feet of distance from dining, and so we should probably look at that dimension and what I'm hearing is an expansion of that dimension greater than 6 feet from a pedestrian pathway. So we will evaluate that. Yes.
Thank you. And one more question: does this apply also to bars? It says business. I don't know. Is that restaurants or bars or both?
So we're not we're generalizing this as food service operators, and as we all know, we have wine tasting rooms in some breweries. Ultimately, this will be a condition. We're providing the outdoor dining. They will ultimately, all of these business will need to go to county health to modify their health permit to serve, food and beverage. They'll also need to seek to modify their ABC liquor license to also modify. We have seen the state ABC alcohol beverage control just update and allow greater flexibility. In many instances in our discussions with police there's a greater flexibility for those businesses that have food service with alcohol, and there's a much greater restrictions for those that only serve alcohol. And those that do will have more requirements. Obviously, boundaries will need to be established around any of these dining areas for alcohol service, but there could be greater obligations that those regulatory agencies require.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So maybe I missed this, Mr. Harris, on the on the side streets that only have 3-foot sidewalks, what are the options there where there's, let's just say West Figueroa, there's Savoy or Las Aroas, Norton, like all in a row. There's like a restaurant row there. What is there going to be their choices to try and get some more space when that sidewalk in some places is actually less than 3 feet with the street trees?
So obviously that they're not going to be able to utilize the sidewalk. And so we will directly evaluate the use of on-street parking. And the on-street parking, we're not limiting, and it's going to be on a case-by-case basis, the amount of width and how many parking spaces they utilize. It needs to be an adjacent to the business. And then additionally, we are looking at adjacent private property. So if there's a surface parking lot in adjacency or some common open space in adjacency that they could also allow outdoor dining in those locations.
In some of those cases, there are restaurants back right up against the city lot. Are you open to, in addition to private parking, offering up city parking in one of the downtown lots?
I believe the city would evaluate that, considering we have those lots completely open and have very few patrons. So I don't think there's strong competition and demand at this point. So I think we are being open and flexible where we evaluate this.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I have a question about bicycle accommodation. Oh, Mr. Gutierrez, you go ahead first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Harris, going back to the parking lot situation, some businesses have parking lots either in the back, to the side, or in front. Would they be allowed to set up tables in those parking spots, considering the situation and crisis that they're trying to recover from?
Madam Mayor and Council Member, yes, we are envisioning that this policy action and then this subsequent ordinance will facilitate the use of private parking lots and potentially even public lots, as Council Member Jordan was asking.
And that's all over town. Doesn't have to be on State Street. It could be on the west side, the east side.
Citywide.
Gotcha. And is that something that is gonna have to be worked out with the business owner and the property owner, or is that something that?
Correct. The private property owner will need to give concurrence because obviously it may not necessarily be within their leased premises, but hopefully that property owner may be the landlord and may be willing to make that accommodation, recognizing the livelihood of that business and their ability to pay rent will be predicated on their ability to conduct business in this manner.
Okay. And when it comes to signage, is there going to be a more of a leniency on how businesses can advertise their services on their storefronts or using sandwich boards or what have you?
Madam Mayor and Council Member, that is an excellent suggestion. It's one of the details that has not arisen, but one we can explore. And I think recognizing wayfinding signage and signage identifying what business activity is occurring is very logical. So thank you for suggesting.
And depending on where the business is located, when it comes to the business owner having the freedom to paint their storefront however they feel fit, is that something that you've been thinking about?
We really have been focusing specifically on this activity, and we're not looking to ease other regulatory processes such as Architectural Review Board or Historic Commission in regards to aesthetics or facades. I would say all of this is envisioned as temporary, and so permanent improvements are not going to be allowed as far as allowing anything permanently installed in the right of way or any of these spaces, and any other improvements that would be permanent, such as painting or permanent signage would also, I envision, not be allowed. This is really envisioned as temporary measures to allow for this use activity.
Well, one can argue that paint isn't permanent, but maybe that's for another discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Alejandra Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question is Mr. Harris. For the business owners that might be confused with a map like this, would you be the person on staff that they would call for, you know, a walkthrough of their business? Or I'm thinking of, you know, Haley in my district, the Funk Zone, Milpas. Would there be a day that you would, you know, have throughout the week that you would say, okay, on this day I'm going out to the Funk Zone, so everybody that has a business in the Funk Zone, I'll be out there, and I will be happy to walk through this, you know, walk through the steps on how to reopen.
Madam Mayor, Council Member, that's an excellent suggestion. You know, we've been working at this fast and furiously, and so kind of all the operational details, the outreach, and the communications haven't been defined. But that's an excellent suggestion, and we would work to both inform the council members of our outreach to the individual districts, but then that's an excellent suggestion. This is all hands-on. I am working in partnership with our transportation and parking manager, Rob Dayton, and you know, he ultimately oversees the use of public right-of-way and transportation in the city, and so I defer to him on the technicalities. But I'm all in on this, and will assist, and happy to join in the field and give my opinion. But I'll defer to really the experts, which is our transportation manager on the specifics. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Hey, Rob.
Speaking of
Mr. Dayton, are you ready to?
We have Mr. Harris is going to be out there with us corralling parklets. That is definitely the MO. Hey, I just wanted to get into this a little bit and just caution us a bit on parklets on the major streets. I just shot Derek Bailey a text, and I thought he would respond the way he did, which is we want to be really careful. Parklets, if we're putting people sitting right next to the travel way, which is okay on a lower speed street. Milpas is 2 lanes, and that might be more challenging. But if you think about it, and you're thinking about it in your head, and I'm just kind of walk through Milpas myself in my head, that a lot of the restaurants have parking lots where they're small, but they have parking lots where they can go ahead and put tables on them. So it might not be as much of a need on Milpas. And then I think Haley, we're going to have to look at too. That's a 2-lane street, one direction, a little faster. But we will coordinate, and hopefully we'll, with downtown parking staff as well, we'll pull out the stops to really respond, because I know that we're going to get a lot of requests all at once, and we're going to have to put out a really good guideline on how to do it. This is all going to be fluid and transitioning quite often as the state changes the degrees to which they open restaurants toward full capacity.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Harris, I just want to offer my support for any outreach in the community in general, and specifically in my district. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
Mr. Dayton, if you would come back, I did have a question about accommodating bicycle transportation. Thank you.
Great. What is your question, Madam Mayor?
So if there's a bike lane that would be used for space, or on the side streets, I've been asked that question. How would we, I mean, now we're at least closing State Street is not the first thing on our list, and people had questions about that. And but we would accommodate bicycle transportation, correct?
That's correct. We wouldn't be putting parklets, for instance, in bike lanes. And, you know, we have to be really, really careful. We have on State Street, you may have noticed, we did accommodate curbside pickup on State Street, which did require folks to stop in the bike lane. And Derek and I talked very carefully about that. We felt that that was reasonable right now. We're still evaluating it as things get busier on State Street as to when we need to pull away from that. But because the vehicular traffic on State Street has been so light, cyclists pretty much have owned the street in the center lane. And in fact, a lot of people have been kind of recreating. It's great to see the younger junior hires and high schoolers going up and down the street all day and using it for cycling. So we've kept the curbside, but it's something that we're going to be weighing and working on with Mr. Harris on that transition. The key with State Street is that when we close it, we're obviously not going to, when and if we close it, we're not going to be able to do curbside pickup in that event. So it's really important to work with the businesses so that when they're ready to transition, we're in fluid and in step with them. And that's the big trick. And we can be nimble, we can adjust. As Mr. Harris was telling the council, we have the capability to be out there and changing things day to day to accommodate businesses in the best way possible and to facilitate their need to get back in operation.
And things are changing quickly with the governor as well. So I think part of the reason why we're not talking about closing State Street right now is because it would give a festival atmosphere and people might come and they wouldn't be able to social distance. But we're working through that, and I'm glad to hear you use the word nimble. If there's no other questions from the council, we'll see if there's some public comment. Ms. Gorman, anybody out there?
Madam Mayor and Council, yes, we have a good amount of folks that have.
We need to hear you better. Your microphone is, yeah.
There we go. Sorry about that, Mayor and Council. We do have a number of public speakers for this item. If you have logged in, I presume that everyone that is still logged in would like to speak on this item, but please raise your hand in the app or send me a question. Okay, everybody will have 3 minutes to speak. I'll start reading out some names. First, we'll have Aaron Ashland, Barry Remus, and Anna Marie Gott. After that, David Landecker, Nicole Lowry. Okay. Aaron Ashland, please go ahead.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay, I guess I'm just a little worried. I listened to Mr. Harris go over his ideas for State Street, and I think that we've kind of missed a little bit on this. If you're gonna take away 75% of restaurants' capacity, and really that's their only ability to make money is when people come and dine in. So while curbside pickup might get them by temporarily or might kind of pay the bills for a week or two, it's really not gonna be making up or paying the rent sort of situation for them. So when I look at what you're proposing, especially when you look at, I would say like the 500 block is probably the most restaurant dense block in the city. And so if you look, I'm not sure, Mr. Harris said that there's 20 feet of sidewalk in front of like every business, and that's not nearly true. I think a lot of places on State, it's actually down to like 14 or 15 feet. So if you consider planters, which are pretty much every 5 or 10 feet, there's really maybe 8 to 10 feet in most places. And if you think about it, all of the restaurants on the 500 block would have already taken advantage of the sidewalk seating if sidewalk seating was an option to them. And the current situation is that it allows, there has to be 10 feet of pedestrian walkway and you can take up the rest, but there's really just not enough room on a lot of the downtowns, even on State Street, to provide for that. So I think that really taking up the entire sidewalk for restaurants or whatever on State Street or retail that would want it would be the only way to do it. And then the traffic would start on the sidewalk and then move into the street on the blocks that were closed and move back to the sidewalk without ever having like to step up any steps. So you would still be ADA compliant because you'd still be at street level. But I just want to be clear, I don't think there's enough room. And if you consider a person's about 2-3 feet wide and you show round tables in front of businesses, there's no way they would ever have that much room. And you, like, I think Councilwoman Sneddon said that you'd have people walking by, people like there isn't enough room to keep 6 feet of difference between, if you need 4 or 5 feet for the tables and the people, and then you need 5 or 6 feet for people, and now you need a pathway for people to walk on the sidewalk. There's not one business on State Street that's going to be able to take advantage of that. So I just want to be clear, you're going to have to close a block like for the 500 block if you really want those restaurants to be able to take advantage of it. I sent you guys all an email detailing a lot of the other reasons and the other things, the reasons that I think it's so important. But at the end of the day, the sooner that you can get these businesses and the 500 block back in line with the way they used to be or closer to making money or even being able to sustain themselves, the more likely we are to be not having to cut programs and have more money for funding, and the revenue generation can start back again. And it's just, I'm a little worried that this is not going to be, it's going to be too little too late if we wait till, oh, it seems like this one block might want to close now. Well, it's already been 4 or 5 weeks and it took you a while to do that. And I think it's going to be too late. Those businesses are unfortunately going to already close. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Mr. Ashland. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Barry Remus, then David Landecker, then Bob Stout. Mr. Remus, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. It's Barry Remus from COAST, the Coalition for Sustainable Transportation. Together with our partners at SB Bike, as you probably know, COAST has been advocating for several years for taking downtown, our downtown corridor, specifically State Street, to the next level, and that would include what we call opening up State Street, restricting vehicle traffic so that we can provide a more people-focused promenade area, either in all or parts of State Street. And I guess to see the what's being proposed by the task force here, I kind of want to echo the first caller's remarks. If I was dining on a sidewalk, I don't know that I'd feel comfortable with people walking too close to comfort next to me trying to enjoy a meal, or bicycles whizzing by that are too close. Therefore, I want to call your attention to the buzz that's all over social media, including Nextdoor.com, polls on one poll on Nextdoor.com with 468 voters, overwhelmingly by 80% to 20% voting that yes, portions of State Street should be closed off or restricted to vehicle traffic, as well as numerous hundreds of comments also on Nextdoor across multiple neighborhoods, voting in favor of pedestrianizing State Street. Not so much going bold, but being careful, making sure that obviously outdoor dining wouldn't be occurring until public health guidelines deem it to be safe to do so, and of course at the discretion of those businesses, but in a way also not only to be able to provide immediate support for business to use the full sidewalk, but also to be able to allow pedestrians and bicyclists to be able to share that open space in the street as a first step to be able to take us in a more positive direction to revitalize our downtown. And we realize that this isn't just the only thing to do, and just simply opening State doesn't solve all the problems. We realize that housing and community events, more pop-ups and art and culture and music and things like that, when the time is right, are the direction that we want to go in. So we do want to urge you to really think carefully and obviously, and together with our transportation team and their staff, to really identify if using the sidewalk for this blend of dining and pedestrian access and et cetera, while not also opening the street itself, is really the best thing to do in the immediate sense. And we actually think that we should take a bolder step and open up State Street to pedestrian and cyclist traffic and access to make it more people oriented so that the full sidewalk space can be used at the discretion of the restaurants. So thank you for your consideration. Have a great night.
Okay, very good. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker, Madam Mayor, is David Landecker. Mr. Landecker, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm David Landecker, Interim Executive Director of SB Bike, and as Barry said, we're working in coalition with COAST. I really appreciate the work that has been done here to consult with the business community and to try to make sure that everything that they want is taken care of, like having traffic on State Street and also having pedestrians. But realistically, who you haven't consulted with are the people that you want to come down there, the consumers that you want to have create consumer demand. And frankly, if it can't be easy to walk between tables and the street and other people in two directions without being within 6 feet, people are simply not going to come. And if you don't have success, then businesses will fail. But the whole idea of closing State Street and creating a pedestrian mall will never occur. And there's an opportunity here. I'm one who has talked about the possibility of doing a pedestrian mall on State Street for more than 30 years. There is a time here where we can try something that really could work if you give it the opportunity to work. And what I'm afraid of is that if you scrunch everybody into a small area, it is not going to work. And then people will not come down, and you won't have the consumer demand, and the businesses will close up, and that'll be the end of the whole opportunity. I'm also very concerned about bicycles on State Street. You have a little 2-foot area that you mentioned might be where the bicycles get to ride. And then Rob suggested that bicycles will have the run of the street. Well, only if it doesn't work will they have the run of the street. The reason that businesses want to have the street open is because they want to have traffic on the street. It is important that bikes and pedestrians have plenty of room if you want this to work. You had the council. You heard the members of the council say they thought you were going to close State Street. You had the moment here. And I'm afraid we're going to pass up the moment and miss it, because you are listening to the people who have always said, do not open State Street. We like having the cars drive by. But that's not the right thing to be doing today. The right thing to do today is to take advantage of this moment. And my little bar stopped for a while, so I will stop here. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Anna Marie Gott, and then Bob Stout, and then Nicole Lowry. Ms. Gott, please go ahead.
I think that you've got really the cart before the horse here in regards to a lot of ordinances that we have on the books that you'd have to change. I don't believe that opening up State Street right now, and in terms of closing any streets or putting parklets out or suspending the regulations for private property. And what that simply means is that we are no longer going to require parking in a parking lot for a restaurant, as an example. So let's take Los Agaves over on Milpas. You know, they've got a parking lot in the back. Well, what happens when they extend their ABC license to include their parking lot and they are allowed to have outdoor patio dining in it? They're going to take over the entire parking lot because of the configuration of that parking lot. The ABC will then have provided them, with the city's help, the vested right to remove all of that parking permanently, because that's how the vested rights with the ABC works. Once someone is allowed to incorporate the parking lot, they will have the right to serve and sell alcohol in that parking lot in perpetuity. We're not talking about ordinances for noise. We are not talking about a smoking ordinance, which will allow any restaurant after 10 p.m. in a patio, no matter where that patio is, to have smoking. We're not talking about, as bars, which would allow smoking 24/7 in their patio area, perhaps on State Street. That might be expanded or anywhere else. We also are really not talking about the parking places that you've got up and down State Street where you park bicycles. All of that's going to be removed wherever there is an outdoor dining if this plan goes through. I don't think it's been well thought out. And I don't believe that individuals would actually, down over on the east side or the west side, be really thrilled about this type of plan when they find out that it's going to remove parking on the street, when there's going to be outdoor noise at night without a roof, because that's what we are setting up. And we're not talking about all of these ordinances that will need to be changed. So I don't recommend that any of this be approved tonight. And I don't recommend that the task force have meetings outside of the public forum to actually discuss all of the ordinances they want to change. We need to have public forums for neighbors and neighborhoods that understand fully what's going to happen if you go ahead and move forward with something like this. We also don't define temporary.
We're going to go ahead to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Bob Stout. Mr. Stout, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor and Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I know you've got a lot on your plate here. My name is Bob Stout. I own the Little Kitchen Restaurant on West Ortega and the Wildcat Lounge. I'm also president of Downtown Santa Barbara, but today I'm speaking strictly on behalf of my fellow restaurant, bar, brew pub, and tasting room owners. I've spent more time on State Street in the last month than I should have. I think I've been up and down the street 2 or 3 times every day, talking to whatever restaurant owners are there about the possibility of in-store dining that could come, that we may have as early as next Tuesday, next week. If you listen to the County Board of Supervisors this morning, I think that may well happen. The bottom line is we're going to lose our seating inside probably at least 50%. And the safest place to provide, seating, people really need to be 6 feet apart. And I think the responsible owners will all do that if they're given a chance. They'll put tables 6 feet apart. And for those folks that want to dine inside, they'll feel, safe enough, or they'll want to go outside where they'll still be 6 feet apart. The 3 solutions that I think are put forth, the sidewalks, the parklets, and the private property. In my talking to probably, 25, 30 people, Sherry Villanueva and I toured the Funk Zone the other day. I've been downtown, like I said, numerous days and evenings talking to people. These solutions will bring people to the restaurants. There's not going to be many people in Santa Barbara. So please remember that what we're trying to do is bring Santa Barbara alive a little bit. I want to say a word for the other retailers because, I don't want it to be all about downtown restaurants. It's not only restaurant owners in other parts of Santa Barbara that need help, but the retailers, the hairstylists, et cetera, they're hurting too. But if you really, in my opinion, with retail really not being that great downtown right now, I think that the best way to really enliven downtown is to allow the restaurants to expand their seating. 30 to 40% of us are going to be gone once our PPPs run out. I love the idea of having partial State Street closures. I've long been a proponent, and I think I've spoken to many of you about the idea of closing the 500 block and the 1200 block, having an Old Town promenade and an Arts District promenade, maybe expanding that to the 400 and also to the 1100. So you'd have the 4 and 5 and the 11 and 12. I think that has great promise and could be a great compromise and might be worth considering as we move forward. But I thank you for thinking fast because we need help fast. And I've never seen the city so open to change. And thank you.
Time is up. Okay, thanks. You have a question
for the caller. I have a question for the caller, actually.
Mr. Stout, are you still there?
If he's not, I can get from staff later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Any other speakers, Ms. Clerk?
Yes. Let's have Nicole Lowry and then Patricia Owens and then Patrick McElroy. Ms. Lowry, please go ahead.
Hi. Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm here with my husband, Ethan, and we wanted to comment just from the perspective of consumers. And we are in favor of closing parts of State Street, and we're hoping that this is still a possibility. We're also a little worried about if we don't do it sooner rather than later, it may be too late for a lot of businesses. So we believe that we need to act quickly.
We were about it as customers going into restaurants. The reality is that right now going into a restaurant doesn't sound very appealing to us. Even with 6-foot spacing, indoor air is not something that I think we're eager to participate in. So these restaurants, I think there are a lot of people like us, and these restaurants are going to be relying on this outdoor seating to be able to actually pay their bills and to get the kind of volume that they need to survive. So my biggest concern hearing the proposal of just using part of the sidewalk and restricting it so that you've got to keep all of the pedestrian traffic on the sidewalk as well. is that that's simply not going to provide nearly enough seating to support a restaurant on the outdoor side. If we expand into parklets and cases that there are on any of the major roads, obviously on State Street, it's disturbing to think that there would be cars driving by 6 inches behind my table. I think that also doesn't sound very appealing. The concern about moving stepwise and slowly, while I respect and appreciate the idea of sort of being a little bit more cautious in the approach, the concern is that it simply won't be enough or appealing enough to actually draw in the customers, to draw people back to it. And if we move with a sort of half measure, and the half measure either takes too long to kick in and too long to succeed, the restaurants will fail. Or if we move in with the half measure and it doesn't see a lot of success, we won't really know whether or not the full measure would have been more successful. So I would strongly hope that we would consider closures of parts of the street so we could test that model and see if street closure can actually succeed where it does, and then expand it in that direction as we close more of the streets if the places we close at first are effective.
And I just want to add to that, having a dead and dying town is really sad. And we want to do everything we can to bring people back to the downtown of Santa Barbara. It's we have the weather to do this. It just seems like a no-brainer to me. But.
Thank you so much for hearing us out.
Very good. More speaker?
Our next speaker is Patricia Owens. After that, Patrick McElroy and Robin Elander. Patricia Owens, please go ahead.
I'd like to know if I can put some of my comments in writing. Is that possible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, you can put anything in writing to us in email or, okay.
I'm concerned. I'm a little overwhelmed by some of the things I've heard. I feel like we're walking down a slippery slope by listening to David Landecker talk about this is the time to do this. I think the time to do this permanently is with public input. I think it's important to do this now to save the businesses. But I think that this needs to be thoughtfully planned if this is going to be a long-term thing, and that the public needs to be involved. It can't be, I don't know, as I said before last time I spoke, I've been here since 1964, and it took us 40 years to create what's downtown. And it's the gateway to Santa Barbara, and it needs to be the gateway for everyone that comes and everybody that lives here. And it's just when I listen to the council member Gonzalez talking about, well, paint is just paint. Well, paint has made a big difference on what happens to State Street. Signage has made a big difference. Visual pollution has made a difference. And we have to be very methodical about how we approach things for the future. Anyway, I'm going to put what I need to say in writing because I'm a little disturbed about some of the things I've heard.
Thank you. Another speaker, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Our next speaker will be Patrick McElroy, then Robin Elander, then Roseanne Crawford. Mr. McElroy, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for your time today. My name is Pat McElroy. I'm speaking today as chairman of the Common Table. Since the summer of 2018, we have put on over 7 Common Table events in public spaces. Born in the wake of the Thomas Fire and the debris flow, our purpose has been to gather people together over food to communicate with neighbors and strangers in a shared community experience. Our focus has been on neighborhoods. These events have been attended by hundreds of people, no speeches, no politics. We realize that this is a different world. The type of events we have put on to this point are not really practical in the current environment. It's not appropriate for us to have people bring food from home to gather together. It doesn't meet the standard of safety that we all need to adhere to at this point in time. The Common Table Board met last week and decided that our focus should be to enter the discussion in support of our local restaurant community. Like the rest of our community, we miss all of our local merchants and especially our local restaurants. and also the incredible amount of jobs that they provide in this community. We believe that as public health allows, our restaurants want to and need to be open all day, every day. These businesses are the heart and soul of Santa Barbara. As we move towards that goal, we believe there is an opportunity to explore on a temporary basis innovative ways to allow restaurants to expand their ability to serve their customers, especially with the restrictions that will surely be placed on their occupancy loads as they reopen. What we understand is this: what restaurants need is the ability to expand their footprint to the adjacent outdoor areas so that they can continue to serve customers in a safe environment without having to severely limit the number of patrons that they serve. We look forward to hearing what the people who actually run the restaurants think is possible and what their experience tells them. This is the time for creativity, innovation, and vision. If we are indeed entering a new normal, this is not the time to be looking backwards, but to be imagining the future. We realize that the real expertise of running a local restaurant lies in the hands and experiences of the people who run these local treasures. We believe that this item needs immediate action and support the recommendations of your Business Advisory Task Force. We understand that this already has the support of public health and the Alcoholic Beverage Control. The Common Table group stands by to support local restaurants in any way possible. That includes being part of the discussions, offering logistical support, ideas, and sharing the experience we have had in sponsoring events that help having the values of sharing food together in unconventional settings. We look forward to offering future Common Table events when it is determined we can do so safely. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Robin Elander, then Roseanne Crawford, then Richard Bertie. Ms. Elander, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Robin Elander. I'm the new interim executive director for the downtown organization. And this is a very complex issue, and I want to lend my support in this new role to help our city leaders, our downtown businesses, to help get back open. And I have the experience of opening streets, happen to be an open streets coordinator here in Santa Barbara on Cabrillo, opening 2 miles of street for the purpose of recreation and a lot of different things that are different from what we need to do now. I want to just lend my support to be able to help with this implementation because it's challenging and we need to focus on our downtown businesses right now because they really need our support quickly. So whatever is decided today, know that I'm gonna back you guys up, as well as Jason Harris, who's been putting so much work into this, as well as Rob Dayton and the rest of our community. So however we decide to do this, I'm happy to help create the experience that is safe on the street for not only our businesses, our pedestrians, our bicyclists, and create an enjoyable experience for our downtown and our greater community. Thank you.
Very good. Another speaker?
Our next speaker is next speaker is Roseanne Crawford, then Richard Bertie, then Sherry Villanueva. Ms. Crawford, please go ahead. Sorry. Ms. Crawford, please go ahead. Unmute yourself and go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. I'm very disappointed that closing off State Street is not the first option. You're going to be squeezing people together with this proposed model. First of all, parking is terrible downtown. Most people are parking in city parking lots, and most restaurants do not have individual parking, very few. The ones along State Street, it is a little more narrow there, even with the sidewalk. And converting this for seating possibly at best would give you maybe 2 more tables at any of these small restaurants right along in front, taking in mind the 6-foot sidewalk requirement. Outside dining is not new. It's been around for a long time. Beale Street is really very successful in bringing people in as a magnet. Now, going back to our downtown, quite a few of our restaurants already have outside dining, so you're not going to make a difference. Maybe add 1 or 2 tables, if at all. State Street needs to be closed to make this effective. It's not a big deal. It's not permanent. It's very reversible. For example, on Beale Street, there's a off-duty police car parked on both sides of where you'd want to determine to close it. And it works. It can be removed. They can drive off and all of a sudden it's open. So at any rate, I think you really need to look at this. I think it's to create state as a magnet is needed. It's basically the CPR. Originally I was very opposed closing State Street. Now I am very opposed not to, trying to say the opposite here. We need State Street closed, absolutely. And that is vital to downtown, because when you're looking at people coming downtown for dining and leisure, that's the only way we're going to expand and add more revenue into this area that very badly needs it. I thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you. More speakers?
Yes, our next speaker is Richard Bertie. Mr. Bertie, if you would like to speak on this item, I believe you would. Please go ahead. Okay, we can come back to him. He had not raised his hand, but had asked a question. Okay, if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. And Madam Mayor, no one else. There are various people who have called in, but no one else is raising their hand on this item.
Well, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment on this particular item. And I'm really moved here to just say, wow, I mean, I had seen the comments on social media that people really wanted us to close State Street. So I want to start a discussion about perhaps directing staff to examine which blocks of State we would look at. Mr. Stout recommended the 500 and the 1200 block. There's a lot of restaurants there. So maybe if there's a block where we didn't close State Street, they would have more sidewalk space. So why don't we start with Mr. Casey? You're absorbing everything, and Mr. Casey and I are sitting here in the chambers together, and we were looking at each other like, oh my goodness, there's so much support for getting onto State Street. Are my council members okay with us starting with Mr. Casey? Okay, go ahead.
And I just want to, I see Ms. Gorman back on. I want to make sure we don't have an additional public comment of something.
I do believe we do. I believe I did not call on Ms. Sherry Villanueva, and she's still in the queue. And it looks like she may wish to speak. So
okay, let's finish public comment. Let's reopen it and finish.
My apologies. There you go. Okay, Ms. Villanueva, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. I just wanted to make a couple of comments as a business owner and a restaurant operator of 8 individual restaurants in the city of Santa Barbara. I hear a lot of support and a lot of questions around the closing of State Street. I think closing State Street is a really important aspect of revitalizing downtown that should be carefully looked at. I think the proposal that Mr. Harris proposed is an immediate emergency response that we can enact now to support the large variety of restaurants that are not on State Street, and some of the restaurants who actually are on State Street, who need immediate expansion to outdoor areas in order to maximize the number of seats that they can safely put in their restaurant. So his proposal came from hundreds of hours of discussion with actual restaurant owners and operators who have given him that feedback on the ability to expand immediately. The health department has already supported this. The ABC has already supported this. We're just needing the city of Santa Barbara to get behind it. This is a proven concept in cities throughout the world. All over America, there is adjacent outdoor dining happening that allows even 1 or 2 tables. It might not be sufficient, but it will work immediately in an emergency response. Working to the next phase, as Mr. Harris first suggested when in his initial comments, is something we can look at next. But we can't wait. We can't wait until we've figured out all the details and all the challenges that might be around something like closing down State Street. It's a great idea, and I personally am in all support of it. But I don't think that that is responding, you know, if we're in what is this very emergency situation. I'd also like to say that I did do a survey of guests. There was an earlier speaker that talked about not speaking to actual guests. I had almost 1,600 responses to the survey that I put out to our guests, and overwhelming, more than 65% of them said they are ready to come for dine-in service to downtown restaurants. So we need to provide a safe place for them to do that, and a safe way for operators to be able to maximize the number of customers in their businesses so that they have any small chance of survival. Every seat is helpful, and the individual operators will figure out exactly how and they can best and most safely execute the business under those parameters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gorman, do you think there's any other public speakers that we missed?
Madam Mayor and Council, I do not believe so. No one else has raised their hand. Mr. McElroy has raised his hand again, but he did speak already at one point.
He did. Thank you, Mr. McElroy. Thanks so much, Ms. Gorman. I'm going to give it to Mr. Casey. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I'll try to recap where we're at. First, a little context about what has changed just in the last week. So a week ago, we were working with the county on a business reopening plan. We weren't sure on the timing, but we wanted to be ready when it happens. And then on Monday, the governor comes out and changes the parameters of how he's going to evaluate counties being able to reopen in a much more favorable towards reopening approach. Credit to Santa Barbara County Public Health Department, who lobbied all weekend to get the Lompoc Federal Penitentiary excluded from that reopening metric, and they were successful in doing so. That's huge for Santa Barbara County. We could have been left behind if that hadn't happened. So the governor changed the metrics such that a couple dozen counties are going to be able to reopen under his new standard that he has put out, Santa Barbara County most likely being one of them. And it could happen really fast. The County Board of Supervisors acted today to send the reopening plan up to the state. The state said they will try to approve it within 1 to 3 business days. So we could have the opportunity for restaurants to have dining again starting as early as Thursday or Friday of this week. We'll see how quick the state's going to be able to turn around. I'm really glad that Ms. Villanueva was able to do public comment, because that's exactly what staff was kind of responding to, was from the business operators. Give us that flexible toolbox of opportunities to be able to respond quickly as soon as it happens to try to make it. And so that's why you see kind of a set of priority list of things that we want council to endorse, that we can be flexible with each business to kind of give them that immediate relief. But I'm also hearing, and I've heard it from the public as well in the last week, a lot of interest of pursuing the State Street concept. And I'm sensing from your questions so far that as well. And so I'd like to hear from you, but I think staff would be very interested in pursuing. And again, I think doing the 500 and the 1200 block makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of concentration of restaurants in those 2 blocks. It's a good opportunity to try it. We'll remain nimble and flexible. And if it's really kicking and we want to consider another block, we'll come back to council and talk about that. But I'd be curious in your feedback about wanting to pursue that, even though that wasn't kind of on the top list of the operator's desire. It certainly seems like there's community interest, and I'm all game, and I think staff's all game. We're happy to answer questions, but would like to get your feedback on that.
Thanks, Mr. Casey. Ms. Snedden, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, this is incredible, the quick turnaround and responsiveness to the business community and the task force, and nicely done, and then to be able to present it to us with new ideas. I didn't know the word parklet before this week, so a lot changing and a lot happening. But what I do know is since the 80s, we've been talking about opening State Street to pedestrian promenade, and it's just been kicked around and kicked around forever, discussed, talked about, and then this really just seems like the moment to try it. There's so much interest in seeing if this could happen. I don't really see how it can work without that. Even with the drawing and the buffers, with the 6 feet and the 6 feet, I just say give State Street to pedestrians, to cyclists, to skateboarders even, whatever, to be moving up and down State Street, and let the sidewalk be for the restaurants. And then there's a clear delineation of the curb, that's the restaurant portion, and then they should have a 6-foot buffer from the curb to how far out they can put tables. And then there's that 6-foot buffer, done. You don't have to be constantly calculating that 6 feet as a pedestrian, as someone not at the restaurant, someone trying to move through the area. So I thought we probably had support last week. I'll just reiterate support, and if it needs to be a motion, I mean, I think if we could get out today with approving at the very least the 500 block and the 1200 block, but I would really like it to be more blocks than that. And I think something that's important about the Business Advisory Task Force is that it's a very strong voice for the business community, but I think at every step it has to be balanced with what's best for the health of our community, transportation in our community, livability for everybody. And I think this is a real opportunity for all of those to come together, that we can have really quick responsiveness for the business community, which is incredibly impressive. And then also making it more livable for the residents to feel comfortable. If I'm not participating in a restaurant, but I still want to walk downtown, I can do that in the center of the street. And when we have open street activities, it's so fun when we do that. And to your point, Madam Mayor, about it being a festival type setting, I wish it got that much traction. I think even when we have programming and try to draw people down, we don't fill the street. It's a really wide street. I mean, I think we would have to be having a march or a rally, and even at that, it have to be something really dense to bring that kind of density there. So I'm very excited. I have to say, I really thought last week that we were there, that we had sort of there, and all I've gotten all week, except for one, is many emails in support of now is the time, now let's do it, even people who were opposed before. And I think it's the best way to ensure bicycle safety, pedestrian safety, strollers, wheelchairs, every pogo sticks, whatever way we have of moving our way down the street, allowing the restaurants to have their buffer and have even more space. I think if you're limiting it to just that first 6 feet, it's not really that much extra seating. But if they have the whole sidewalk, then with the 6-foot buffer. So I would very much like for at least the 500 and the 1200 block today to be approved for that at the time that restaurants can reopen, that those portions of State Street are closed to vehicle traffic. Other than that, just really commendable how quickly the city and staff have been able to move on this, and well done. But I really feel like State Street has to close for it to work.
Thanks. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilman Sneddon, I look forward to you on your pogo stick, and maybe I'll grab a unicycle and we can meet out there. What I wanted to is echo Councilman Sneddon's comments. I'm on the same opinion, and I appreciate Ms. Villanueva, because I think we do have an obligation to listen to the business owners, because it's their business. They know how to run it, and they know what's going to work for them. And the proposal today is citywide, and there are a lot of other areas throughout the city that could benefit from this, whether it's a parklet or whether there is sidewalk space in some areas, or maybe a space or two in the back parking lots. I know up in the upper part of State Street over on the east side, even on the west side, there's opportunities there in the Mesa. So I think the proposal today, we do need to move forward, and there is a sense of urgency because possibly by Friday, there might be the opportunity to take advantage of this. I do want to include State Street and look at specific blocks. The question I was going to ask Mr. Stout, but he talked about it, but he did reference it in his comments. but maybe staff can chime in here, Mr. Dayton, is opening up the 400 and 500 blocks as well as the 11 and 12 with the caveat that the businesses could expand out on the sidewalk and then pedestrians could move in those particular blocks. One, is that doable? And then I know we'd have to do some studies, so I don't want to tie the two if it's going to delay what's before us today, but I want to have that because I think ultimately we are in an unprecedented situation. It does call for action, and this isn't permanent. We would see how it works, and then we could come back and look at how to redo it. So to keep it going and what would be needed. So Mr. Dayton, would we be able to look at, say, those 4 blocks and then have pedestrians go in the street and expand, give the extra space for the businesses out
there? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Friedman. Yes, we can, absolutely. We've already got plans to do the entire street, however you wish. Just to give you an idea of how this works, at the intersections, the signals would go to all red flash. So it's going to be very slow for cross streets. Everyone has to stop. So it's going to be kind of a safer environment. We can open streets, the State Street, different portions to people and bikes only, and we can be nimble to change that on a dime. We can also do the 400 block. We've got a plan to do that. We can also do all the way under the undercrossing. To enable people to free flow and walk more crowds. You know that under the undercrossing, it's only a 5-foot width, which is not really an adequate spacing when you start to get more people. What's really interesting about this whole process is that if we're successful, we're going to like it. We're just going to have a different problem, and that's going to be a lot of people close to each other. But that's why we need to be flexible. And one of the things I would say about the comments about which blocks is that we're not just talking about restaurants here, we're talking about retail spaces as well that we cannot go into. And so it was really interesting on the 600 block for the last couple of days, there's a small t-shirt shop that got their cats and the worker, the person who owns the store is sitting on the sidewalk in like a 4-foot with some things out on the sidewalk already. And we haven't done anything. I really believe that it'd be great to have restaurants kind of decide and us put a welcoming carpet out for them to decide what they're going to do and then see what they do. And then we can contract and add as we see it happening. One thing about State Street to keep in mind, it's a cruising street. It's not a street you use to get anywhere. So usually the way people do it is they go from one end to the other. And so when we take 2 sections and block them, the middle is going to be pretty much void of vehicles anyway. So it's just something to think of and to stimulate your discussion right now.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dayton. So based on what you're saying, I'm open to looking at whatever blocks, including the underpass. Since you brought it up, I hadn't even thought about using it this time, but I think we should go forward today with the plan that's proposed because I think there is a sense of urgency and it's citywide, but we do need to look at State Street. And I do want to understand the implications for crosstown traffic, especially on some of the busier intersections as Carrillo, but that's information we could get back. And I don't think we should close it until we have the ability to have restaurants and in maybe in some cases retail take advantage of the space. Because just closing it before that creates some issues in terms of vagrancy and other things. So we have to have the attraction down there, and in this case, it would be the added restaurant capacity. So I'm all in favor of moving forward with opening State Street to pedestrians and letting the businesses expand out on the sidewalks. So I want to have staff look at that. And thank you for those comments, Mr. Dayton.
Okay, well, let me jump ahead of you, Ms. Harmon, if you don't mind, because Mr. Casey, did we hear that our county has asked for opening and that might happen in the next few days? So what Mr. Friedman was projecting was more freedom for our businesses?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Yeah, what the county is requesting for state approval in the next 1 to 3 days is to allow retail and in-room dining for restaurants to occur with social safety distancing and parameters in place. And so that's the thing is that restaurants will have to self-certify that they've taken appropriate actions to make their in-house dining appropriately spaced. There isn't a percentage limitation, but they're just going to have to take those appropriate guidelines and measures that the county will put out if they get approval from the state. So I think there's a lot of hope in the air that if not this week, really darn soon, we're going to get approval for both retail to be able to open up with social distancing requirements, but also restaurants to get going. So I think we're there in that sense.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to add one last thing. What Mr. Casey said is for opening up, it would be for the restaurants to use the sidewalk and the pedestrians to be in the street. Because I think there's a host of other issues if you start putting the businesses out into the street. So that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Right, but I think the discussion we need to have today, because we don't have a city council meeting next week, if something breaks in the next couple of days, the 7 of us need to give Mr. Casey and Mr. Harris and Mr. Dayton an indication now that yes, we do support some flexibility to help our businesses. Mr. Casey, go ahead.
Actually, I'm going to hold off and wait to hear from the other council members, and then I'll make some suggestions.
Oh, okay. So Ms. Harmon first, and then Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I was surprised to hear in the report that opening State Street to pedestrians is not what we're talking about today, but I sort of kept coming back to this as I was hearing Mr. Harris speak and the public commenters speak. You know, what was the purpose of this task force? Was it to close down State Street in and of itself, or was it to facilitate the survival of our local businesses directly in response to this pandemic? So I just wanted to put that out there. I know that is what's driving these recommendations. And I too am so excited about the concept of closing down certain blocks of State Street, or maybe the whole thing. I think it is such a good moment to have that conversation. But if we are hearing from the businesses themselves that there needs to be a first order of business to allow them to survive in the immediate, I think we really have to speak strongly that those actions should be taken today. So with that, on the outdoor dining as well as the parklets, I really support moving forward with those. I'm not sure how else to say it, whether it's giving authority to Mr. Casey and Mr. Harris. However that needs to happen, I think we have heard almost unanimously from our business community that those concepts are important and will be important to their survival. I would just say on that, one thing that I would really like to see is a streamlined and expedited permitting process for these options. I mean, I heard from Mr. Harris a couple of times there were still certain things that needed to be done. And to the extent that the city is involved in those processes, I would really like to see us be as streamlined as possible so that we don't add another layer of regulatory burden onto these businesses as they're trying to move forward quickly and efficiently to survive. And then the final thing, I guess, is just maybe it's a longer term conversation, but I am also very much in favor of opening portions of State Street to pedestrians. I really like the idea of the 400 and 500 and 11, 1200 block. Mr. Casey, I guess the direction I would provide on that is really excited about that conversation, and I think we should have it. I don't know that we are ready to make that decision today. I think with the information that I've been presented with, I'm very comfortable and would like to express my full-throated support for the recommendations that have been presented, as well as for the idea of this coming back to us as maybe the second layer step in 2 weeks or whenever that is, whenever the time is right, hopefully sooner than later. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Sorry, somebody else dropped off there, didn't they? I am supportive of everything I heard today, and the only really caution I have is remembering what Peter Rupert said, and that was, we're not going to open back up the downtown core, and the businesses aren't going to open up the downtown core. It's the customers that will open up the downtown core. So any of these plans we make are reliant on me, you, and our other community members actually coming downtown. Just closing down a block of State Street without something happening there to make me and my family come downtown just creates a vacuum, and we see all around us all the time right now what happens when there's just a vacuum there. It is not attracting what we want with that vacuum. So I'm fully supportive of anything that I've seen today. I'm supportive of closing down State Street in certain situations. I would actually suggest the 1300 block too with the 1200 block and that little Arlington Road Plaza Court Street also. I just think that's all a nice nexus to more restaurants. But it has to be in a manner that the businesses or the restaurants can help activate, to use one of Mr. Harris's favorite words, that street level experience. It can't just be, it's closed down and we expect people to fill the street to come down and play with chalk or do something else. There has to be some assistance from the city, and there has to be some coordination. Also, I see Jason is probably just lurking back there, but a couple just points I want to stress that are kind of the Mike Jordan worry about the details things. I heard a lot of case by case kind of phrase, Rob as the engineer, county health, ABC. We need to be, the city needs to be in a position where we lead by giving the answers and helping with the situations, not expecting every business to know the right questions to ask. We can't leave people behind because they've got 1,000 things going on and they didn't know the right question to ask. So any of these little nuances to who's going to approve something, what the consideration will be, if it would work better over here rather than over there, we need to be sure we offer that rather than make a business try and figure out what they're going to do within our constraints. And I heard nimble a bunch of times, and I would like to just keep using that word, nimble, and make sure we're nimble by being expedient. Everything's going to change, whether at the state level, the county level, at the city level. Everything's going to change as people start to come out of their houses again. It's going to be a constant dynamic situation that's going to require us to be just as entrepreneurial as we ask of the businesses and community members. So I'm looking forward to seeing this go forward. I would err right now with not meeting next week and just giving broad approval to the city administrator and the economic development director, and then be back the week after the holiday for a review. But I would rather see the shackles loosened rather than tightened for this experiment, and trust the executive team that we have in place to make the right decisions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez and then Mr. Casey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I was a bit surprised too that we weren't going to be talking about opening up State Street to pedestrians. I am enthusiastic of everything I've been hearing so far to help out our local economy. The one suggestion I would give would be if we are going to open up State Street to pedestrians, it would be to extend it to the 400 block of State Street. There are quite a few venues there that are music venues, and there's a few restaurants there as well that that could definitely use the space when it comes to recovering from this crisis. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
I just want to also share my support with everything that has been spoken, especially with Councilmember Mike Jordan. I really think that having the staff take the lead and really be very proactive if something does happen in the couple of days. So I'm in full support of this.
Good, Mr. Casey. That sounds like we're getting to a place of trusting and wanting to give you the ball to run with it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Great conversation. Really appreciate that. And I do hear a pretty clear consensus. And let me try to summarize what I think I'm hearing, and then you all chime in. And then I would like a motion. It does help for council to take official action as we go out and engage the community, to be clear on that. Agree, all of you kind of nuanced it a little bit differently, and you all brought up really good points. And so I want to recognize that. I do want to acknowledge, it was Councilwoman Harmon who said that the business folks are really kind of focused on the urgency of just the immediate moment. And I think that's what we're trying to address. If you can go to the next steps slide, it's the last slide of the presentation before the question. I just kind of want to walk through, because I would like council to make a motion for us to pursue the 5 bullets on the next step slide. And I'll just start reading them as we get there. One is to draft an emergency ordinance. We do need some ordinance changes with regards to the zoning of use of private parking lots and such. And finalize the design standards and the operating regulations that we're talking about. Yes, this is the slide. So this is kind of a citywide approach. Oh, yeah, go back. There you go. This is the citywide approach. This is the toolbox we talked about, the urgent toolbox, such that if the governor and the county say restaurants can retail can be back in business, this gives us the flexibility to work with the different businesses citywide based upon the specific situations of where they're at, to be as flexible and quick as possible. I do want to stress our attitude is to be fast. We are not looking to try to set up a bureaucracy. We want to do it safely. We will not compromise safety. But we do want to help streamline. And I think it was Councilmember Jordan, seek the non-city regulatory agency support. Yes, we want to help facilitate that. We want to help contact ABC. We want to help contact environmental health at the county and make sure that we give the guidance to the business operators of what we think is the comprehensive approach. The county's looking at similar steps, meeting with them last night. They're doing similar concepts in their business areas as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of commonality to try to pursue a streamlined approach on those important checkoffs. We got to stay in touch with ABC. We do need to stay in touch with environmental health. But yes, we want to do that, not just put that on the businesses and try to help. We then want to solicit the request and implement the outreach and the communications campaign. So that is the urgent effort that we are hearing so strongly from Ms. Villanueva and other operators of saying, you got to be ready with us immediately. And then I think many of you said at the same time, kind of the next step is the question about opening State Street, the pedestrian traffic and stuff. And so having a motion directing us to work on that, pursue some concepts, bring it back in 2 weeks. I think we should definitely check back in 2 weeks. I want to keep the momentum going because I do agree with a lot of the public comment that, we don't want to take too long. We have to kind of be ready to be open and embrace the community and have this be an exciting thing. But with the caution of Mr. Councilmember Jordan's comment of kind of a dead street with no activity, and who knows what kind of pedestrian activity is really effective. So working with downtown Santa Barbara, Ms. Elander being on board, having experience with open streets, that's great. So let us work with that. So I like the idea of moving the next steps plus bring back a concept or concepts about State Street. I've heard you loud and clear, and I think we're excited about it.
Okay, can we go to slide number 4, Mr. 4? Because I think this is the basis of a motion. Ms. Sneddon, if you were getting ready to make a motion. So the motion would be to allow outdoor dining. There it lays it out: sidewalks, on-street parking spaces, private property on portions of some streets, including State Street. And then also to draft an ordinance, right? The ordinance, Mr. Casey, would have to be part of, sorry, let me turn my microphone.
Yeah, the emergency ordinance we would bring back in 2 weeks, and it just allows us from a zoning standpoint to use the private parking lots, the required parking areas, and some other things to help effectuate what we're talking here on slide 4 and on the last slide as well.
Okay. And I would also add an analysis if State Street is wide enough, as Mr. Ashland pointed out, there needs to be a strong analysis foot by foot. So I'll stop talking and go to Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am ready to make a motion really in support of all the next steps. But before that, I want to ask a question of maybe Mr. Dayton, if he's still available. I'll start. Hello, Mr. Dayton. So did I hear you say that we're good to go for 500 and 1200 blocks, that doesn't need further analysis and all of that, that we could do that today if we wanted to?
Absolutely, yeah. We've been giving this great thought. It's a delicate thing to try to figure out how to move forward. As long as and what I'm speaking of is functionally doing it and putting the barricades in place and having ambassadors welcome businesses to do what they need to do based on the guidelines we build.
Okay, I think we're there. I mean, I think we had Council Wool for this last week. I think now we've had the added assurance from Mr. Dayton that that's been looked at, and I don't think we'd be proposing it to happen before restaurants could be open. So there would be stores open. It wouldn't just be inviting to unprogrammed elements, sort of. So I want it to be a successful motion. So I don't know if it needs to be two separate motions, but I'd certainly move all of staff recommendations for next steps, drafting an emergency ordinance, finalizing the design standards and operating regulations, and particularly task force recommendations for allowing outdoor dining. Back on the previous slide, outdoor dining and parklets. And then seeking non-city regulatory agency support, soliciting requests. That's to Mr. Jordan's comments also, not having people have to search it out, but to solicit these requests, implement outreach and communication campaigns, certainly. And I'm just going to go for it and add that at the time that this is possible, for these measures to be put in place, that the 500 and the 1200 blocks of State Street be open to pedestrian promenade.
Let's say at least the 500 and then 1200 block, maybe more.
At least
that
the
okay?
500. Oh yes, I'd like all of it. So I'm yeah, you're right. I should not limit it in my motion. So if that needs to be a separate motion, if you recommend that, that would be fine too.
I'll second it.
Was that Mr. Friedman?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a first and a second, and Ms. Gorman, I hope you wrote that all down, but I think we got it. Mr. Gutierrez, to the motion or anything?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon that we these businesses literally can't afford 2 more weeks of being told to wait. That this has to happen now, and the only thing I would add is to really include the 400 block. It was shut down during the experimental weekend, so we know it's possible. And like I said, there's 3 music venues there. There's a brewery. There's restaurants. I would highly suggest shutting down the 400 block, 500 block, the 1200 and the 1300 block, if those were the key. Those seem to be the blocks that have been brought up during this whole talk. So I think those are the ones that should really be encouraged to be shut down. But yeah, other than that, I'll support the motion if that could be added.
Okay, Mr. Friedman?
I think that is added because it wasn't limited to the 5 and 12. So I think it's kind of the direction. So I think it's just looking at all the blocks. But if we need to specifically address the 4 and the 1300 per Councilman Oscar Gutierrez, we can do that. But so I'm willing to do that. But the question I have, going back to the slide that's up here, is the staff recommendation today needs to come back as, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this, needs to come back as an emergency ordinance, but we're not in session for 2 weeks. So if restaurants are open on Friday, there wouldn't be any movement for potentially almost 2 weeks till after. So my question is, do we want to have a meeting of council just for this item to take up the emergency ordinance? One, do we have time to do that? Because I look at the calendar, we do have a budget hearing next week for Public Works. We could come in on Tuesday, but I don't know how much time it would take Mr. Colon and staff to do that. But there is a council session on, I think it's Wednesday for Public Works. So
let's ask Mr. Colon. It looks like he has a response. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Yes, we've been working on an emergency economic recovery ordinance for about 10 days now. We can be ready next week should council desire. However, in the initial emergency resolution that council adopted, resolution 20-021, you did give Mr. Casey fairly extensive authorization to go forward. We believe an ordinance is necessary for a number of reasons. First and foremost, the ordinance will establish a framework so that we don't need to chase every single business and put them through a permit process. We're trying desperately to avoid that. Number two, the ordinance will help us lay out the basic ground rules for what happens on a reconfigured closed portion of State Street. As you can imagine, everything that we care about that happens on sidewalks now, we need to adapt to have happen in the new pedestrian mall areas. So all of that work is going on. Mr. Casey could act in the interim, and we would come back then on June 2nd with an ordinance for the council's review.
So just so I'm clear, based on the discussion we previously gave Mr. Casey, the slide that's up here right now, which relates to today's recommendations, could be implemented based on Mr. Casey's direction. So we don't have to wait the full 2 weeks. And then we would come back like we did before and with the actual ordinance in 2 weeks.
Implemented subject to ratification by the council within a week. Yes.
Okay, that clarifies it. I don't think we would need a special meeting then. I just wanted to be sure we weren't waiting 2 weeks for in particular, the ones that are on the screen right now. So thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I could just chime in real quick. Yeah, that's one reason why I like you all adopting the motion. I think it's very clear about the concepts we're talking about so that we as staff can begin immediately working with businesses as soon as the governor lifts the order, and then we'll come through with the follow-up emergency ordinance as well.
Okay, so that would be included or incorporated into the motion that these things would be carried out under Mr. Casey authority emergency order and brought back later. So I think people are in agreement with that. Yes, thumbs up from Mayor Pro Tem. And Mr. Jordan, or Mr. Colon, did you have?
Yes, later, Madam Mayor, unless you say otherwise, later is June 2nd.
Got it, June 2nd. Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, just one concern and one comment, and that is that if those bullets in the top section also need to include city property. I heard distinctly that the city would be willing to look at using city lots, particularly the ones along Chapala that have restaurants backing up to them, entrances back there. And if we can just arbitrarily pull out spaces and lose spaces in a zone of benefit, or if that needs to be part of the ordinance language also. So I will leave that one for legal to answer, but I'd presume if they don't know the answer right now, I'd just want to err in the option that we have addressed that so that they can. And then the number of blocks, I mean, I like the 400, 500, 1200, 1300. And I think you can find plenty of people like Bob Stout that will go walk each one of those blocks and put their head in every hospitality venue over the next week and find out what they want to do, how they can do it, how they're going to activate, what their questions are, what their concerns are. I think there will be no shortage of help you get out there on the ground from the business community. So I don't think it's a challenge to right now say 4 blocks and hope they become activated. I think we have plenty of support out in the community to go out and clear that hurdle. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, if we're talking about specific blocks, I don't remember the exact wording of the motion, but I've had a lot of people talk to me about wanting the 1100 block closed as well, and that if you do 4 and 5 and 11 and 12, you actually encompass the majority of restaurants that are on State Street. So rather than specifically defining it today, I would just say if we could leave it as flexible as possible and encourage staff to really go out there and see, I guess this is to Mr. Jordan's point, which business owners want this and who's excited about it, and maybe use that as the metric. Or we could just add 1100. I mean, I've heard that from a lot of people. So I wouldn't want to arbitrarily leave that out if we're including others. That's part of my concern with making it so specific today, is I want to make sure we don't miss anything by being overly specific. So that would be my only addition. Thank you.
Yeah, we need to have that conversation about the specificity of the blocks. And that's our discussion now then. Mr. Gutierrez?
Yeah, I'm supportive of that. I think this is the time to figure things out and try things out. The only thing is the amount of time it's going to take. Mr. Casey or Mr. Colon, can you explain why it can't be done and ratified today or like before this weekend? This is a big weekend, and I'm just trying to help out these businesses as much as possible.
Mr. Colon?
I didn't say it couldn't be done. So it's up to you. If you want it done, we can do it.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor,
Sorry,
Madam Mayor, council members, I think what Mr. Colon earlier said is that my existing emergency authority is going to allow me to implement this immediately. And then in 2 weeks, we'll have the ordinance back to council drafted and ready for action. So I think we're meeting your desire for us to be ready to act immediately. And I'm getting that from your guidance today. And I think that allows us then to work the emergency ordinance and get it right. And rather than rushing it today, I think I'd rather we have a little time just to make sure we get that kind of more permanent ordinance discussion in place. And then I believe the motion was flexible about what blocks to close. And so let us think about it operationally, what makes sense. As Mr. Dayton said, once you start closing 4 blocks, does it make sense to have a few of the middle blocks still available for vehicular traffic? So I'm interpreting the motion as pretty flexible and telling us go do it kind of when we can, and we'll use our best judgment. And the types of measures we'll take are flexible, so they can be readjusted as we check back in and see how it's going.
Snedden, and then Oscar Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to emphasize that was at least the 500 and the 1200 block immediately. As soon as restaurants can be open, that those would be open. That was in the motion, that those would be contemporaneous with when the restaurants were able to reopen. And then additional blocks, as you suggested, changing it to at least those 2 blocks, then I'd be in favor of as many as possible. But I do feel strongly that I think we were ready last week. I think we're ready this week. I think as soon as restaurants can be open, I don't want it to be another 2 weeks before 2 blocks are open. I think when those restaurants open, 500 and 1200 at the very least open as well to pedestrians.
You're right. That was the motion. Okay, Mr. Gutierrez?
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize again how fast we need to do this. So we need to do it by the time these restaurants are open.
Thank you. What I'm understanding in terms of the legal process is that we're going to make a motion that will give Mr. Casey, will confirm that he has the authority to do it as soon as possible. And so just to clarify the discussion, I'm hearing the motion maker assert that it's 500 and 1200 for sure, but that we're giving the flexibility to staff to open other blocks. And the discussion today has been, I've heard support for 400, 1100, and 1300. So if that sounds like a good motion. Ms. Gorman, do you dare read it back?
Madam Mayor and Council, I will give it a very first shot, and whoever wishes to edit me, please do. And pardon, I'm going to read from another computer here. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, for the staff recommendations for next steps, including drafting an emergency ordinance, finalizing design standards and regulations, seeking non-city regulatory agency support, and soliciting requests, and allowing outdoor dining on sidewalks, on-street parking spaces, on private property, and on portions of some streets, but with at least the 500 and 1200 blocks of State Street when the restaurants can reopen, with flexibility about what additional blocks to open, with items carried out under Mr. Casey's emergency order and brought back to council at the June 2nd, 2020 council meeting.
And to direct staff, and this is from Mr. Jordan, whether city-owned lots can be used. So legal needs to look at those specifically. Some of our parking lots are under the redevelopment mechanism. There's different ownership and different restrictions. So we'll look at that. We'll look at the city lots. And okay, Mr. Kalan, I had that right? Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
So how would we say that succinctly? With legal looking at use of city lots. Does that sound good, Mr. Cohen?
Sure.
Okay. So do we understand the motion, everybody? I thought Ms. Gorman did an excellent job of that. Okay, then let's do a roll call vote.
Very good. Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous. Very good. Mr. Harris or Mr. Casey, anything else to this item, or are we ready to close it up and move on to the next? Mr. Harris?
Good. Thank you for the direction and support.
Exactly. I want to thank council for your leadership and guidance to push, and let's do it. This is exciting.
Thanks. And I am excited about Ms. Elander being part of downtown Santa Barbara, because if anybody knows how to open streets, it's Robin Elander. So yay, things are moving in the right direction. We'll close item 13 with thanks to all of our staff and the public participants. And we will move on to council member committee assignment reports. Anyone have things to report about their activities? Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended the Beacon Beach Erosion Authority meeting and reported out that our longtime executive director, Brian Brennan, is stepping back due to other commitments that he has. And we've, Dr. Mark Baylor is our new director at this time, and discussed that at our budget hearings. And so this week's song for the social distancing playlist is Dire Straits, So Far Away From Me.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended a Kachuma Operations Maintenance Board operations meeting, attended Parks and Recreation Commission meeting where they discussed the budget that they presented today. COMB, also general meeting, Kachuma Operation, Board. And in that meeting, we talked about the fiscal year operating costs and any impacts, and then spacing out the collecting the fees from the city so that can spread out that payment a little bit, and had updates from the fisheries and from the Oak Tree projects as well. And then just one more, this is not a, well, I don't know, official city business, but the Peabody Charter School had their talent show. They usually have one every year, and they did it entirely online live with Zoom. And it was just, I really want to take a moment to commend not just all those little brave spirits who get out there and dance and sing and keep it going during this hard time, but also the teachers and administrators in our schools who are really working double time to keep attempting to create these experiences for our children. So just with deep gratitude, thank you.
Thanks. Oscar Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I met with some West Side business owners and talked about how their needs could be met by the Business Advisory Task Force. And I also attended a Sister Cities meeting and went over some of their future plans. And just a fun little anecdote here. During this lockdown, I've been going through a lot of my old schoolwork, just trying to, figure out whether I should hang on to it or not. And I found a high school government paper I wrote about shutting State Street down for pedestrian traffic. So this is all really surreal in a trippy way that about 20 years later, I'm making it happen. So obviously along with the community support, but it's just really cool. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. If there's no other reports, I'll remind folks that today is Takeout Tuesday, something that our city is promoting, acknowledging that not everybody has disposable income, but those of us who do, please go out and get your dinner. We already went out for lunch, and I will do Joe's for dinner. And just a reminder that Mulligan's makes homemade pies. So I'll go get one of those too. At the risk of playing favorites, I'll try to give credit to all my favorite restaurants. Takeout Tuesday, and we do not have a city council meeting next Tuesday, but we have a budget hearing tomorrow, Wednesday, May 20th. And the departments whose budgets we are reviewing is fire, police, and finance. And just a reminder, the city attorney's department is being reviewed on June 2nd. And with that, I thank everybody and meeting adjourned.